Wengertsman. Today is Monday, November 4th, 2024. This is a Public Act 23-169 hearing the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. For the record, Maurice Blackwell, the state of Connecticut, passed and made effective October 1st, 2023, the Public Act 23-169. This is an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 in criminal history record erasure. You fall under this act. This means that you are under the age of 21 and that the board shall give great weight to diminish culpability for juveniles as compared to adults. The hallmark features abuse in any subsequent growth and maturity that you've displayed while we are reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record. Certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning. I'm panel member Barry.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning.
Also in attendance this morning, we have Attorney Melanie Frank. Attorney Frank, if you can please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Sure. My name is Melanie Frank. My juris number is 417500. My business address is 55 Farmington Avenue, 8th floor, Hartford, Connecticut, 06105.
And also present this morning, we have State's Attorney Joy Gary. Attorney Gary, can you also please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record?
Good morning, Joy Gary, juris number 439493, and business address is 400 Grand Street, Waterbury, Connecticut 06702.
Thank you. Also present this morning, we have Office of Victim Services Advocate, Ms. Hamlett Williams. Mr. Blackwell, can you please state your name and INMATE number for the record?
Maurice Blackwell, MA number 284372.
Thank you. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14, Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Blackwell, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Do you have any questions and are you willing to proceed?
No, I don't have any questions and I'm willing to proceed.
Thank you very much. So this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing is being conducted in consideration of a parole application for Maurice Blackwell, inmate number 284372. Mr. Blackwell serving a sentence of 25 years flat with no probation to follow for murder, robbery first, larceny second, interfering, resisting, and a violation of probation of the underlying larceny charge. There is victim input in this case. There is also an offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed and shows that he has completed the following programs, which include anger management, lifers group, voices, embracing fatherhood, a second chance education alliance, Yale Prison Education Initiative, and the Second Chance California College Program, Prison in Peace, and the CCAR Recovery Coach Program. He also currently maintains a job assignment. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score on the RT falls within the low range risk for recidivism. So at this time, Mr. Blackwell, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to appear in front of you today. I begin this morning by expressing that my deepest and sincere apology goes out to the loved ones of Alanta Gaiman. I have no excuse whatsoever for taking her life. My horrible actions have left you without a daughter, a sister, a niece, an aunt, a cousin, a friend, and much more than I can possibly imagine. No one deserves to go through what I have put you through, and I'm so sorry for taking Alanta away from you. On the day of August 24, 2000, I arrived at an apartment building on 251 Grove Street in Waterbury, Connecticut, with the intention of selling crack and heroin. That particular location is where me and Alanta sold drugs together for nearly 6 months. But I hadn't seen Alanta since me and my girlfriend robbed her 5 weeks prior. So when I arrived, I was surprised to see her sitting on the steps with 2 unknown individuals. I immediately thought Alanta brought the 2 individuals with her to sell drugs on what I considered to be part of my territory. I sat across the street to see if a drug sale would be made. I observed the male sitting next to Alanta make a sale to a known customer of mine. I crossed the street to approach the 3 of them. I pulled out a gun with the intention of scaring them off. I exchanged some heated words with Alanta about her bringing people I didn't know to where we sold drugs. They began to run, and I fired a single shot in their direction. The shot struck Alanta and sadly caused her death. What I did was completely senseless. I had no business selling drugs. I had no business carrying a gun. And I had no right to rob or to kill Alanta. I have spent years coming to terms with the fact that I may never be forgiven for what I have done, which is something that I have no control over. The only thing I can control is how I spend the rest of my life striving to do the right thing. The 60 years I was sentenced to caused me to reevaluate my decision making. I constantly thought about the people who were affected by my selfish choices. The burden of being responsible for causing so much pain and loss took a toll on how I interacted with my family. My father was able to see a shift in my attitude. He wrote me a letter, and in it stating that as long as I have breath, I have purpose. So I made a promise to my father before he passed that I would be productive while in prison, even with the understanding that I would basically spend the rest of my life in here. I held on to that promise by enrolling in several educational programs, such as business management, dental lab vocational, Second Chance Education Alliance, Islamic University Online, and Yale Prison Education Initiative. I also took institutional programs such as Voices, Anger Management, Embracing Fatherhood, and Prison of Peace. In addition to taking programs, I assisted Counselor Arbello in developing a program proposal called LIFE, which stands for Living Inside and Finding Empathy. The vision was to designate a housing unit in MacDougall-CI for young men who are first-time offenders sentenced to 10 years or more. There will be older mentors housed in the unit, guiding them through as they adjust to living in prison, teaching them proper hygiene, cell etiquette, effective ways to communicate with each other as well as with staff, and other tools that help them become model inmates as they take programs and work on their rehabilitation. Counselor Arbello arranged a meeting with members from central office and had 8 mentors, including myself, give a presentation on the program proposal. Unfortunately, Counselor Arbello transferred to another facility before the program could be implemented. There are other instances when I helped plan. One in particular was when I teamed up with my friend Justin to start a soap drive for the homeless called Soaps for Hope. Justin came to me with the idea after his mother shared her experience of not having soap in the homeless shelter she was staying at. So me and Justin came up with the plan to ask everyone in our housing units if they would each donate 1 soap for the homeless. We handwrote a brief mission statement and passed it around. To our surprise, the first soap drive was a success. We were able to get over 200 soaps and were amazed at everyone's willingness to participate in doing something good for a good cause. The soaps were then packaged and sent out by mail through the property officer to a homeless shelter in Hartford. Soaps for Hope has become an annual event and takes place during the holiday season. I must say, my promise to my dad has led me to find a purpose and thinking positive and being positive. And by traveling down a positive path, I was blessed to get my sentence commuted on December 14th, 2022. At the time of my commutation, I was enrolled in Yale Prison Education Initiative and 6 credits shy of earning my associate's degree in general studies. I eventually graduated with high honors in June of 2023. I never thought the happiest moment of my life to date would take place inside a prison. But the day I graduated was magical. Just imagine, the entire visiting room of MacDougall-CI was transformed into an academic space. The walls were covered with royal blue curtains. The podium had the UNH emblem on it. One section of the room was filled with friends and family. The other section seated Yale and University of New Haven faculty with their cap and gowns on. The warden and deputy commissioner of corrections wore cap and gowns as well. To top it off, Governor Lamont was there. Before the ceremony began, I had the privilege of speaking with Governor Lamont and sharing my aspirations of becoming a professor in African American studies. The governor informed me that he spent time as an educator and taught business classes at Harding High School in my hometown of Bridgeport. I gave a commencement speech and was later interviewed by NBC 30 News, as well as the Yale Daily and CT Mirror newspapers. A short time after graduating, I co-authored and published 2 children's books that are currently available on Amazon and Barnes & Noble. The titles are A Sad Day at School and Mama Just Came Home. Both books are dealing with issues that are seldom told through a child's point of view. Issues such as losing a parent to gun violence and growing up with a parent who was incarcerated. Me and my co-author Alpha felt it was necessary to include these narratives for children who are going through similar situations. I have also had the honor to workshop and contribute to Yale historian and New York Times bestselling author Timothy Snyder's most recent book titled On Freedom. Professor Snyder has given me an open invitation to sit in on some of his classes at Yale, which is something I look forward to doing. I decided to transfer to WalkerCI in September of 2023. It wasn't easy leaving behind a community of individuals I grew up with throughout the years and considered family. Many of us took programs together, saw education together, and supported each other through dark times. But ultimately, I needed to be in an environment where everyone is soon to be released and actively planning for their future. Within my time here at WalkerCI, I have enrolled and graduated from CCAR Academy. CCAR stands for Connecticut Community for Addiction and Recovery. I am now a certified recovery coach and currently participating in a program called Smart Recovery. Counselor Patterson, who happens to run addiction services, has assigned me as a mentor and appointed me to facilitate groups on more than one occasion. Although I have mentored in the past, it wasn't until I got involved with CCAR that I realized the importance of sharing my story and what I've learned so far from my life experiences. Recovery deals with more than drug and alcohol addiction. There are many of us who are recovering from participating in illegal activity, such as selling drugs, carrying weapons, and committing violent acts. I see a need for finding creative ways to address this type of addiction by first acknowledging that it is a real thing, and second, by having dialogue amongst each other and addiction specialists to figure out what it would mean to seek proper treatment. Recently, I've been talking to this young man who moved into the unit a little over 2 months ago. We eat at the same table together. He's 20 years old with a lot of energy and reminds me of myself when I first started serving my sentence. In the beginning, I would listen to him talk, and he quickly noticed how his eyes lit up every time he mentioned carrying guns and selling drugs, as if it was the coolest thing to do. I know that feeling. And I also know what it feels like to be in the company of individuals who think and act the same way. The moment finally came when the young man asked me how long I've been in prison. All of his energy and excitement disappeared when I told him it's been 24 years. All he could do was look down and shake his head. There was an awkward silence at the table the next day until he said to me out the blue, "There's no way I could do that much time, bro." So I took that as an opportunity to share my story with hopes that he can learn something from my mistakes as well as his own. I gave him a book to read by Tom Pace called Mentor, The Kid and the CEO. The book is about a young man who gets out of prison and eventually starts a landscaping business under the guidance of his mentor, who he met while he was inside. After reading the book, the young man has been using terms like financial literacy and generational wealth. I'm just happy that our conversations have shifted from glorifying negative behavior to his eyes lighting up about potentially starting his own landscaping business. The main thing is for him to realize his potential as I continue to realize mine. Our interaction has led to us agreeing to stay in touch once we're both released. I came across a quote not too long ago that states, "In order to keep what you have to give it away." And what I have is a tremendous amount of gratitude which is best to be shown through my actions. If granted parole, I will be involved with Yale Prison Education Initiative's reentry program that provides college to career fellowships for newly released college students. I plan to bridge African American studies with a psychology degree. I will be volunteering with CCAR in Bridgeport, which will allow me to continue engaging in my recovery as I attend support groups with other certified recovery coaches. My brother, Dr. Thomas Blackwell, will employ me to assist him with his office administrations as we work on adding CCAR to his counseling and therapy business. My mother-in-law, Reverend Anderson, will connect me with Greater Bridgeport Area Prevention Partnership so that I can engage with homeless youth and other youth who are at risk for falling victim to street life. This will give me an opportunity to share my story with hopes of preventing them from seeing the inside of prison. And I will be more than delighted to physically deliver soaps for hope to shelters in Bridgeport where some of those youth may be staying. In terms of housing, my mother is a homeowner and excited for me to come live with her. Living at my mother's home will give me a chance to gradually adjust to being back in society. It will also give me and my wife time to know and learn each other without a prison wall between us. Our relationship is worthy of all the time, effort, and special care needed to have and maintain a strong and successful marriage. And for that reason, we plan to sign up for marriage counseling. After being away for over 20 years, I will also seek personal therapy and schedule an appointment with quality counseling to make sure I am the healthiest version of myself as I reconnect with loved ones, as well as reconnect with society. In closing, I sit in front of you today with a heavy heart. I've been given a second chance at life, something that Alanta will never experience. And for that, I am truly, truly sorry. The promise I made to my father has carried me to this point, but that promise so far has been limited to me being productive while in prison. I have since then made a promise to myself that I will continue being productive for the rest of my life as I honor both my father and Alanta. Once again, I thank you for this opportunity, and I thank you for listening to my statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blackwell, for taking the time to prepare that statement. Very much of what you shared with us today, we reviewed in your file. I appreciate all of the documents that were submitted on your behalf and attorney Melanie Frank. We've had an opportunity to review your file thoroughly. We know about all the good things that you've been doing there in the facility. We also reviewed your transcripts from the trial, your sentencing, and your PSI, all the relevant documents we thoroughly reviewed. We received a few from, we had some evaluations done, social worker and all that stuff. So we did, and plus all of your letters of support, all of the certificates, like you've done a tremendous job in trying to turn your life around. So you are to be commended for your efforts thus far. So what will happen here today is each of us will take an opportunity to ask you some questions. When we are done with our questions, we will turn the hearing over to our victim's advocate. I believe we have Mrs. Williams on the line today for victim input. And then your attorney will, the state's attorney will have an opportunity to speak. Then your attorney will have an opportunity to speak. Then we'll deliberate and we will give you our decision. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
We wish you the best of luck, sir. Mr. Pohl will begin with the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Blackwell.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm well, and I'm very happy to hear that after the commutation occurred, you continued to follow the right path, and actually do even more than you had done when you'd come to commutation hearing. Want to, you know, I appreciate what you said in the beginning, because nothing ever can restore the loss of somebody that someone loves, especially through violence, gun violence, no matter what the circumstance. And you know, I know that you had taken voices, and I know that I heard you reflect.
Yes.
You know, really try to deeply understand what others are going through because of your senseless act of gun violence. You know, and the other piece, you know, the follow-up in that really is the story about the young person in prison who, I don't know if I can do that. And you took the chance to embrace positivity and help somebody who probably could have made a lot of bad decisions turn it around, right?
Yes.
So that's incredibly important. It's great that you followed through on the Out Prison Initiative. And you know, to want to go to the classroom where the professor teaches the curriculum that you would like to teach one day.
Yes.
You know, education is a big deal. You know, it's a big deal because people don't always embrace it. You know, and the one sad fact that I see constantly is that people who come to parole hearings, so many of them don't even have a GED. You know, so the fact that you're embracing education and trying to move in that positive direction is important. So programming that you're taking is really good. I want to talk about some of the newer programming that you've taken. CCAR's Recovery Coach Academy.
Yes.
You know, I know that you had a marijuana issue while you were out there on a daily basis. That's you know, escaping through substances is a really tough thing, right?
Yes, it is.
People lose themselves, right? So talk to me a little bit about the Recovery Coach Academy that you went through.
Well, the Recovery Coach Academy, it basically it does two things. Not only does it help you work on yourself, as far as your addiction, but it helps you to assist others, which I feel is the best way to deal with addiction or to deal with being in the process of recovering, because you're not only reflecting on how substance abuse has affected you, but you're also interacting with others and seeing how it affects them. And by working together, you're able to cover both grounds.
And what you talked about was upon release, you're looking to help at the Bridgeport Recovery Community Center.
Yes.
CCAR's, yeah.
excuse me, yes, I plan on volunteering at first, just to get acclimated, meeting all of the new faces, introducing myself, as well as participating in some of the seminars so that I can refresh what I've learned, and also being in a different setting as opposed to being, incarcerated and probably being around numerous other people, and seeing where it goes from there.
That's really an important thing. And you're engaged in smart recovery as well.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, SMART recovery stands, it's an acronym, SMART. It stands for self maintenance and recovery training. So it's basically, it's similar to CCAR. The difference is helping you to reflect on yourself, knowing that there will be times where you won't have other people around to interact with. So this is the time when you start figuring out what your triggers are and some of the things that may cause you to use substance abuse. But just like with CCAR, it's not only dealing with substance, it's also dealing with like a lifestyle. So it could just be negative behavior, period. And even in an environment like this, we are constantly in recovery from participating in negative behavior.
So SMART, my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, SMART is taking life situations,
Yes.
and looking at choices that one would have if they were in that situation.
Yes, absolutely.
So it teaches you how to react with the world positively.
It definitely teaches you how to react with the world positively, and it also gives you a different mind state to also see things in a positive manner. So it's not just, it's more of an objective view as opposed to a subjective view, and knowing and understanding that maybe the way that you see things, or maybe the way that you're used to reacting to situations aren't the best.
Right. And that's incredibly important. That's, that's carrying it forward, right? Because there's no doubt if they get out, there's going to be some type of temptation at times, right? In other words, you're inside and you're dealing with being inside a certain way. Coming outside, the last time you were out here, there was a certain way that you were living your life, right?
And that's interesting. The state, excuse me, don't mean to cut you off. That's interesting to state because I'm in touch with a lot of guys that were formerly incarcerated, and they tell me the same thing. They tell me that it's difficult out there. It's not the same as, so we take these programs and we think that we're better equipped and we're prepared, and in many ways we are, but it's a whole different reality once you're released. Like, you're bombarded with different things that you may have not anticipated. And even if someone shares with you their experience, it's still different than you going through it yourself.
That's absolutely right. And so you just said that you're in touch with people who are formerly incarcerated. Yeah. Is there a support system there?
Yes, I do have a support system there. I have a friend, Marcus Harvin, that also was a part of the Yale Prison Education Initiative that's out there. He has a fellowship with Yale as well as with University of New Haven. So he's been helping to share with me his process and what he went through, so that when it's time for me to be released, that I'll be able to go through the same thing, or be, like I said before, be better equipped for that experience. I also have a friend, Darkest Henry, who runs a nonprofit organization, Hoops. He helps at-risk youth through basketball, and so I have quite a few people that I'm in touch with.
And that in itself is really important, because as you just went through CCAR, people who've gone before you come out and successfully reintegrated into society. that are there to support you and help you try to do the same thing, right?
Yes.
You have, my understanding is that you take part in Islamic services,
I do.
and the chaplain for the prison recently asked you to lead those services?
Yes,
Is that right?
so, yes, so recently they passed the law basically stating that because they're short of staff, that shouldn't have to affect those that would like to participate in service to still have service. So I've been approached by the Islamic chaplain to become the inmate conductor so that if he's not here, I will be able to lead the prayer in the service as long as that there's another staff that's present.
Can you reflect on the significance of that?
Yes, it's huge, it's a big deal, and it's something that I'm honored because of the fact that it goes to show that my hard work and dedication has been noticed, and without that being my intention, and knowing that I'm capable of doing things that that can positively affect others in a meaningful way, and it's humbling.
That's to say the least, right?
Yes.
It's to come from where you came from to then be asked to lead Islamic services, religious services, shows the impact of the change that's occurred with you, right?
Yes.
You also have outside clearance. Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
Yeah, so it's outside clearance is basically like, a status to be able to walk outside of the facility. And like presently what I do is I help out with taking out the trash and things like that. But if there's any other help that is needed, I will be able to do it because of the fact that I do have clearance. So there are times like when they need help with like shoveling the outside grounds or mowing the lawn, things like that, that if they ask me to, I will be able to. But my clearance also,
No, go ahead.
my clearance also allows me to go upstairs and to work cleaning the offices and things like that.
And that's what you've done a lot in that area, right? So you're the janitor for the medical unit, the ops area.
Yes.
You've always had, it appears that you've always pretty much had a job in the commissary at MacDougall for 12 years.
Yes.
That's, you're showing that you're not just sitting in your cell. You've been at this for a long while, and that also shows through, it's been what, over 20 years since you've had is that right? No. 2016, you had a hair trimmer.
Excuse me, no, that was 2006. Don't mean to correct you.
Okay.
Yes.
2009 was the last one. Yeah.
2009, okay. So it's been what, 15 years?
Years.
Since
Yes.
you've had a disciplinary report. So it shows that you can abide by the rules that are there, which are really important. In terms of release plan, there's a lot there. I don't want to hash through the whole thing, but when we're talking about release plans during a normal parole hearing, we get a little bit like, where am I going to live and what am I going to do for a job? And you have gone very much in depth about in your plan about what you want to do right?
Yes.
How do you think parole would benefit you between now and it's what, 2027? How do you think parole would benefit you?
I know that parole is also a resource outlet as well. So like, being that I'll be in constant communication with my parole officer, if there's any needs that I may have to look into, I can always contact my parole officer to see if they can guide me or steer me in the right direction. That's the main thing.
And that parole officer is always there to be of support, right?
So yes.
And I really like, there's so many positive things that you're looking to do here with release. You talked about wanting to connect with personal therapy. That is so incredibly important. People that have lived experience are important, but they're not necessarily clinicians. And there's some stuff, right, as you go back into the community that you're going to have to process. You're going to have to come up with ways of coping and dealing with things, right? Because it's been a very long time.
Yes, I agree. Yes.
You talked about support groups, work with the homeless, taking advantage of reentry services, staying connected with Yale. And working, I have read about you want to do some PCA work with home health to start, or what is it that you're looking to do?
At one point, I was interested in doing that, but now that my brother, Dr. Thomas Blackwell, has offered me a job with his counseling and therapy business.
Yep.
I'm interested in working with him.
So So those things related to your education and certifications that you've been able to get, those types of things are what you're looking to do.
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna see if other board members have questions that they have, but I appreciate, as I started with, that since your commutation continued to walk a road of rehabilitation with the person who and the people you affected at the forefront of your mind. And that's incredibly important. So I really wish you well.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. So Mr. Blackwell, I didn't speak with you on your commutation hearing, but I too am happy to see that you've continued to work diligently at your rehabilitation since then. It's apparent some of the things that I wrote down in reviewing your file that stood out to me were things like your education saved your life.
Yes.
That your takeaways from your programs were that you've learned how to avoid conflict and that you've gained better communication skills, that you've learned so much just from your participating in religious studies and how much trust you've gained throughout the facility just in being who you are. So I honestly can say that your maturation shows. And I would also recognize that there is a tremendous level of dedication to your desire to give back. And so for that purpose, I want to talk a little bit about your offense and what transpired after you committed this offense. And then we're going to work our way up to today. That's okay with you.
Okay.
So I appreciated the statement that you made in your opening statement that you know, that this was selfless and that you had no business having a gun. You said that you admitted that you knew this victim and that the two of you and your girlfriend at that time robbed this lady. And so once she turned to run away and you fired your shot, what did you do after?
After I saw her drop, I fled.
And where did you go?
I ran around the corner, and then I got in the car and drove off.
And once you seen that this young lady had died, what did you do?
I didn't do anything.
And so tell me about the time that lapsed between you're committing this crime and you're turning yourself in or you're being apprehended.
I was in custody the next day.
And I read that you took your case to trial because the plea deal that was offered to you was what, 42 years?
Yes, it was, yes.
And you wound up getting 6 years because it was never a thing of innocence or guilt, right? It was, you know, I didn't want to serve that much time. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
No, well, also though, I never admitted to the crime.
Okay. And so today you admit that you committed this crime and that, so for the victim's family who remain, and they say, you know, we realize that this young man was 19 years old when he committed this crime. He shouldn't have had a gun, you know, and our lives are forever changed because of his irrational thinking and his wanting to get street credit. And you know, he's done everything that he should have done in prison. And, you know, he has nothing but time to do. What do you say? What could you provide for those victims who will never be made whole? To say, aside from I'm sorry, because I'm sorry, you know, is not going to really take away the pain. But what do you think would be comforting for them to hear? To say, okay, I would be okay with his being released.
To be honest with you, I don't know if there's anything that will be comforting to say to them. The only thing that I can do is to make sure that I don't harm anyone else and have any other family go through the pain and the loss that they went through. And as well as try to work in the community for those who are displaying the same type of behaviors that I partook in when I was younger, to try to prevent them and to guide them to a better path.
Yeah.
But that's all I would be able to do.
I appreciate your sharing the story, as Mr. Pohl said, you know, about the young man that, you know, there seems to be some sort of fascination with guns and there's so much violence going on in these streets. And so I appreciate the time that you took, even when he had the gleam in his eye, like, oh, you know, this is what I've done. You let him simmer down and you know, you talk to him like a man. And this is what being in possession of guns can lead you to, a life in prison, growing up in prison. And you really have taken advantage of everything that the prison has had to offer you. And in your opening statement, you didn't even reference the fact that you're working 3 jobs, you know, and I did read that in that you don't have any other disciplinary infractions. And, you know, you talked about some of the programs that you've participated in, and you know, it's almost as if you're very, very humble is what I'm trying to get at. And I appreciate that you're not ringing your own bell, so to speak. And I read, there's so many letters that we received from your brother, from your mom, your wife submitted a letter. And all of them talk about how proud they are of you, despite your being there in the prison, and how much they're willing to support you. So after your commutation hearing, I think you and your wife got married. I understand that you were in a relationship, but then you two decided to get married. Tell us about what that conversation was like. Why did you decide to get married now after the commutation?
Because like I'm just eager to start a life with her, like outside of these walls. And I thought that it would be a little selfish initially to just get married while in here. But now that it's a reality that I will be returning home to her, whether it's now or 2 years, from now, that it's best that we take that step together to solidify how important and how valuable I think our relationship is. That I know our relationship.
Yeah, and that's what I thought. So I'm like, once his sentence was reduced by 25 years, you were like, oh my God, I'm really going to be outside of this prison, where before you really didn't have, you had so many years hanging over your head, you didn't see yourself really having a life outside of the prison walls. And so you're trying to get at a sense of normalcy. And I'm glad that you have that support when you return out into the community. And I was also happy to read that you said, listen, I don't know what it's going to be like to be a husband. One of the things I'm going to do is get into marriage counseling, and that's good. You don't even know what it's like really to be a free grown man out here. And, I'm going to get myself into therapy, because it's going to be to transition from a facility back out into the community is going to be difficult for me. So I appreciate your recognizing that. And it sounds as if you really do have a plan that will help you be successful when you are released out into the community. I have one more question for you, and then I'm going to see if Ms. Chance has any questions. But what do you think? Wait, actually, I have two questions. What do you think is going to be the most difficult hurdle for you when you're released out into the community?
My most difficult hurdle is probably going to be just reuniting with my family as the man I am today, because they remember me for being a young kid. So like, I know that it's going to take time for them to see me for the man I am now, and the positive things that I've done and the effort that I put in, as far as in just growing throughout the years. And so I think that that's going to be the main hurdle, because they are my support system. And in order for us to really get reconnected, and that's what I think will be most difficult.
I would add to that list, technology is absolutely going to be a hurdle. Just transitioning from being told what to do, like you have a place to stay now for, 3 square meals and, all that stuff, washing your own laundry, all those things are going to take some getting used to. But I'm sure that you will have the support to help you navigate those things. You talked about bridging African-American studies, I think, with psychology.
Yes.
Isn't that what? Yeah. Tell me how are you integrating those two? What do you intend to do with that?
So, the saying, you don't know where you're going unless you know where you've been. And it is critical for me to learn as much as I can when it comes to, in terms of African-American studies. So I'm just interested in like archival work and like just digging into like historical events. A lot of that has to do with like mass incarceration and like, and how like, incarceration now is like almost like the new slavery to a certain extent, and how that's possible. And also the psychology aspect is because of the fact that I want to get into social work, and knowing that there are psychological ramifications for what transpired in the past historically with African Americans. So like I'm trying to tie that in so that I can help with the youth in a meaningful way, like not just from personal experience, but also through historical, like in a historical context.
I think that you're on to a good thing, but you know, and so as someone who has tried to study similar to what you're explaining, they do kind of delve into even Latin American different cultures and how their past impact some of the things that they do today and the people in the world and how. So you're on a good path is what I'm trying to say. I think that is it for me. Thank you for answering my questions. Ms. Chance? Yeah.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Blackwell, I had 3 questions for you, and Madam Chair touched on 2 of them, but I'm going to tell you what they are. So, and I have to say, I absolutely agree with everything both of my colleagues have said about you, and they're also what I've read about you. My first question was, why you took your case to trial, but you answered that. You said you didn't admit to the crime and you thought 42 years was a lot to deal with. You got 60 years. My second question was, you were already granted a commutation of 35 years off your sentence. Give me 3 reasons why I should vote you to discretionary parole today. And I'll give you a little hint. In your opening statement, which I thought was so impressive, that's where I got the answers. You can give me 3 sentences, 1 of each, and that's all I need. And then I will share my 3 that I came up with. Fair?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
My first one is I'm extremely sorry for my actions and what I've done. And because of that, I know that it is a responsibility on me to find ways to give back in a meaningful way and to show my gratitude for what I've been blessed with. So that's my second. And my third one is that I can show that that hard work, dedication, and hope is worth this.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you, you covered 2 of the ones I picked. And my first one was gratitude. Gratitude when you talked in your statement about how much you are intended to do by showing your gratitude. It has to do with giving back to the community, what you're going to do for yourself, what you're going to do for other ex-offenders. And gratitude is not something that a lot of us practice, but you talked about it, and I thought for me that was significant. The first one you said was about being responsive to what you're going to do to the victim. Mine was the promise that you made to yourself and the victims on what your intentions are when you go back in the community. That was my third. My second one was the promise you made to your father before he died. because that was a significant impact on your life. So for me, you are someone that I certainly appreciate that you not only speak, but you've already done some of all these things while you're incarcerated. And when Madam Chair asked you about, what you're going to do when you go back in the community, and what was so significant to you, you were very humble about where you saw the need that needed most addressing. And my third question was, what are your thoughts about the victim's family and how do you think they're feeling today? Your answer was, you made it in a promise, that you were going to make sure that there were no further harm. You would never do that ever again. And that you were going to assist other young people in the community from committing the same senseless offense. And to me, in your opening comments, that was a promise you were making, not just to yourself, but to the victim's family. And I certainly appreciate that. So I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. So at this time, Mr. Blackwell, your portion of speaking is done, and we are going to turn the hearing over to our victims, the Office of Victim Services, Mrs. Williams, for victim input. Good morning, Mrs. Williams.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, panel. I do have the brother of the victim who would like to address the panel today. One moment.
Thank you.
You may begin with your statement.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, this is Joseph Gaiman. I am one of 6 brothers of Atlanta. What I want to say is that what happened with my sister, Mr. Blackwell, it really had a great impact on me and my family. We really miss our sister, and we didn't understand the senselessness of what happened. It's been hard. Holidays, birthdays, and we were a very close family. And every year come around, matter of fact, our birthday's coming up in a couple of weeks. That's been hard on us in the family. We feel that Mr. Blackwell should not be granted parole. We feel because he's already had a commuted sentence of 25 years has been commuted off his sentence. Me personally, anything that Mr. Blackwell done through his incarceration, positive, I commend him on that. And I wish him the best. After he finishes incarceration, he continues on to do positive things with his life. But me and my family feel as though he should not be granted parole. I mean, I'm quite sure he only have 6 months or less to go, or a year. And because of the pardon that was granted to him, we think that should be sufficient for Mr. Blackwell. I mean, my mother, I spoke with her this morning, and it hit her heart, bringing back the memory. She didn't know what was going on. And I told her this hearing was today, and we really didn't know what was going on. I spoke to her, and she feels that he shouldn't be granted parole, being that he's already near completion of his sentence with the commutation that was already granted to him. So, but whatever the board decides, we live with that, and we're grateful for whatever comes about with him. And like again, I said, I commend Mr. Blackwell for any positive thing he's done. I know he was a very young man at the time of that. In my heart, I forgive him because I understand my other siblings. I don't know how they feel, but I forgive him, and I just wish him the best. And whatever parole decides, we'll live with that. And I'm going to conclude with that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, panel. Sir, you may
Is that-
continue to just mute on your end, please.
Okay.
Thank you so much, panel. We are all set.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so at this time, the attorneys will be afforded opportunity to make statements. We'll begin with State's Attorney Gary. Ms. Gary, do you have any comments or statements you'd like to make for the record?
Thank you. Yes, briefly. Good morning again, members of the board. For the record, Assistant State's Attorney Joy Gary. Thank you for your time. I'm here on behalf of the Waterbury State's Attorney's Office. I will not restate all the facts of the case since the board is already aware of them, and we heard facts from Mr. Blackwell. But I want to emphasize this was a senseless and violent act. Alonta Gaiman lost her life due to Mr. Blackwell's actions. You heard input today from the brother of the victim. The victim's family clearly suffered a tremendous loss. Our office understands and recognizes that Mr. Blackwell has taken steps to better himself and help other people while he has been incarcerated. However, given the serious nature of the offenses and the impact on the victim's family, it is our office's position, which is the same as the victim's family, that the sentence Mr. Blackwell is currently serving is appropriate for the severity of the crimes he committed. For those stated reasons, our office opposes his early release. Thank you again, members of the board, for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Gary. Attorney Frank, if you have any comments or remarks you'd like to make.
Yes, please. So, as is often the case, but I feel like mostly in Maurice's case, I've sat here and really done nothing. Maurice has truly, when he thought he would die in prison, accomplished really extraordinary things. And I think the panel has hit on them. He graduated from Yale. He was elected he was awarded the certificate for being the spirit of YPI, which means that he encapsulates what YPI wants to accomplish. And he knows, and I think a lot of his humility that you hear today is that he knows anything he's accomplished in the last 25 years means likely nothing to the victim's family in that they lost their loved one. I can tell you that in the conversations I've had with Maurice, his shame and his remorse for having taken another life is palpable. You have heard from him today, and I have to say, I know I can't do a better job than Maurice in telling you what he's accomplished. I have less humility than he does, so I'm going to try it. I was writing in my notes when I realized that he didn't mention the fact that he leads Islamic services. Like, not only does he lead the Islamic services in the Department of Corrections, but it's the largest Islamic community in the Department of Corrections. He also didn't mention that he's going to be enrolling in Yale if he's released, that he'll be able to start in January. He has a filled out application for a fellowship through Yale. Didn't even bother to mention that one. And in part, there's probably so much for him to mention, it would bore everybody. But again, my job. He mentioned his books. He mentioned that he's facilitated 3 CCAR programs, helping 30 people who will go on to help hundreds or thousands. And I believe the board has mentioned this a handful of times, but really the most significant one that I see is that just 2 months ago, Maurice's attitude should have been, "I'm out of here, I got this, I've been so extraordinary." Or his attitude should have been, "I should fully focus on me to make sure that I do everything I can so that I can finally not have to stare at these glaringly white walls anymore." He did neither. He sat down at a table, saw a young man he could help, and has invested the last 2 months in helping that young man rather than himself. And I think that's the magic of Maurice, that he's always looking to help others. That the other magic is he's going to continue that, as he said, if it's today or if it's, I believe, about 10 months from now, he's eligible for a halfway house. But today he would have the opportunity to go home and reunite with his family rather than just being allowed a few months at the end of his sentence to do that. He would have the support of parole. He would have this support of a solid reentry program through the Yale Prison Educational Initiative. He would have his employment through his brother. One of the advantages of the employment through his brother, as the panel pointed out, is it furthers his education, it furthers his career goals. It also gives him the flexibility to attend Yale University classes, which again, he did not even mention. I think that Maurice should be granted parole today because he exceeds the statutory criteria set out in Public Act 23-169. But the biggest one to me is that his life outside of prison, outside of those barbed wires, in Yale classrooms, in therapeutic settings, with his family, far benefits society than him continuing to be encased in the cement that he's been in for the last 25 years. For that reason, I would ask that Maurice be granted parole today. And I will again mention, as Maurice opened and closed, he did as well, with the complete remorse that he feels for his actions.
Thank you very much, Attorney Frank and Attorney Gary, for your input in this case today. So what's going to happen now is, and as well as the victims and the Office of Victim Services, we're going to deliberate. And in that deliberation, we're considering Mr. Blackwell's age, the change that he's demonstrated through his correctional record. I'm reading strictly from our policy, his age, his increased maturity, the contributions he's made while he's been in the facility. And there's a whole list of them that I think we checked off a whole bunch of boxes. So, and his overall degree of rehabilitation in connection with the nature and the circumstance of this crime. So we're considering everything that we reviewed today, in addition to the statute that we have to make this decision. So, Mr. Pohl, what are your thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly, I heard to start with the family and the grace of victim's brother and his forgiveness. You know, it's impossible to understand what a family goes through with a significant loss to gun violence. And they had asked him to finish his sentence. You know, parole, a sentence that ends in parole is also finishing a sentence, especially when it's a flat sentence. You know, after somebody's been away for over a couple of decades, it's important to have successful reintegration into the community. I heard the Assistant State's Attorney, you know, Mr. Blackwell, more than acknowledges this was a senseless and violent act. And if we do what his young self did, it would be a different thing today. I also recognize what the defense attorney said here with all of the things. And there were many things that Mr. Blackwell that he's done while he's been incarcerated. You know, a big piece of this that the legislature has asked us to do in Public Act 23-169 is to take somebody like Mr. Blackwell, who is very young, acted in an impulsive, immature, reckless way when he was very young. And to take a look at what's happened since Mr. Blackwell's been incarcerated. You know, we're going back 15 years to find the last disciplinary report. None of the disciplinary reports that Mr. Blackwell has had has been violent in nature. He has dedicated himself since the discussion with his dad with rehabilitation, and not just rehabilitation, but carrying it forth and helping others, right? Mr. Blackwell does owe a debt. He took a life. And that debt can't be paid by giving back a life, because that's just impossible. But how he chooses to conduct himself with others can pay just acknowledgement and, you know, and such to the life that he took by helping others so that they don't commit the same senseless violent acts, you know? And that's what Mr. Blackwell has done, you know? He's gone on since his commutation hearing, and he's got involved with CCAR and the Recovery Coach Academy. The attorney Frank pointed out that he facilitated 3 programs with CCAR, wants to go to Bridgeport and get involved with the Bridgeport Recovery Community, which is the largest and most effective recovery community center in the state, and continue to give back, you know. And it's, you know, it's through addiction that a lot of this senseless stuff happens. So to get out there and help people who just haven't done what Mr. Blackwell's done yet, you know, is paying, continue, you know, in the spiritual realm, he's been asked to lead Islamic services. And what was just pointed out is the largest Islamic community in DOC, you know. So to be called upon to work, and when we're talking about, you know, Islam and the peacefulness that and the unity that faith tries to bring forward, Mr. Blackwell's been recognized as dedicating his life to that, and been recognized with, you know, all of the other inmates, incarcerated people, that continue to try to practice that faith. He's been given outside clearance. He's always been engaged in employment. He's taken just so many programs and continued to get back through that. He wants to get out and continue on with education. He's got the support of the Prison Education Initiative community. He's done, you know, honorable things by, you know, his Soap for Hope you know, and that's just somebody's, you know, when you're inside, you don't have really anything. And what do you got? 60 cents or $1 a day?
Right.
Right? And to be able to get people around, giving people that even have less than you, speaks volumes, you know. But all of the positive things that are here show me that Mr. Blackwell is to the point where he's ready to go out, have the support of Parole and Community Services until he finishes his sentence sometime in the early to mid part of 2027 as he reintegrates into the community. So, Madam Chair, Mr. Blackwell's done a lot, recognize what he did to get here. He's extremely remorseful for that. And I would certainly support his application today for early release under Public Act 23.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. I too am in support of Mr. Blackwell's discretionary parole here today. There really is nothing else for him to do. They're in the prison, and I, for one, believe that he is suitable. While the nature and the circumstance of this offense will never change, the injury and the impact to these victims will always be so significant. And I appreciate all the input that has been provided here today. I think that overall, Mr. Blackwell has done a great job there in the facility, and that he would benefit from discretionary parole more so because he's been there for so many years, and just having that additional support. Although he has his wife and his brother and his sister and cousins and Dwayne Jeter and a whole bunch of other people in the community to help him, I think that the additional support of parole would even be more cushion. So I would support his discretionary parole as well. Ms. Chance?
So, you know, I agree that 23-169 is for people like Mr. Blackwell. And he has certainly demonstrated that. And I do agree with you, Madam Chair, that the nature and the impact to the victim is never going to change. The possibility of what might change is the impact on the victim's family. And I think when Mr. Blackwell talked about the important aspects in his life, and he talked about gratitude, which for him was significant. And then he talked about the promise to his father, the promise to himself and victims. Promises are lifetime events. And it was clearly spelled out by Mr. Blackwell how he intends to meet those promises. Knowing that he will have access to so many things in the community can be so overwhelming that I like the idea that parole will be there to assist and guide him in addition to all the other people in his life. But for me, what I thought was significant is expressing his gratitude and those two promises that he made to his father, to himself, and to the victim. And so for those things, I truly support Mr. Blackwell's release on discretionary parole today.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. So we're all in agreement, and indeed, his eligibility date is long past. And so now his conditions, which he says he's going to participate in treatment, but I do have a mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. And I also have the victim's family. I'm not sure if they're registered victims, but
LG and KG.
yes.
Yeah, true.
Okay. And anything else?
No,
All right, so we're all set with our decision with regard to Maurice Blackwell, 284-372. I move that he be granted discretionary parole on or after today's date, November 4th, 2024, with the following conditions. In addition to the standard parole conditions, you are to have no contact with the deceased victim's family, initials L, G, or J, G, and you'll participate in a mental health evaluation and receive treatment as deemed necessary. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Blackwell, congratulations, sir. You've been voted to parole. We
Thank
wish
you.
you the best. Attorney Frank, thank you so much. And Attorney
Thank you.
Gary, thank you so much. Good luck,
Appreciate
sir.
it.
good luck,
Thank
Mr. Blackwell.
Appreciate it.
The public act. 284-372. It's 10:21.
Thank you. Our next hearing is slated to start at 10:30, so the board is going to take a brief recess, and we'll see you at 10:30.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Officer at Cheshire, your camera is currently off. If the officer could press the camera icon on the tablet.
The mic and the camera, so.
Is this the officer?
No. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you ask the officer to step back into the room, please?
Yeah, I just got back in. I was just trying to figure out how to turn this camera on.
Yep, if you look at the tablet, you should see a camera icon. And just make sure that it does not have a slash through it.
Yep. See us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Right, good morning. My name is Parole Officer Wengertsman. Today is Monday, November 4th, 2024, and this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing of the Connecticut Court of Corrections and Paroles. For the record, Gilfredo, Santiago, Connecticut has passed and made effective as of October 1st, 2023, the Public Act 23-169. This is an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 in criminal history records from Cheshire. You fall under this act, and this means that you are under the age of 21, and that the board shall give great weight to these diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults. The hallmark features of youth and any subsequent growth, maturity that you displayed while we are reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning. I'm panel member Barry.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Also in attendance, we have attorney Jennifer Walter. If you could state your name and your business address for records.
Good morning, Senior Assistant Public Defender Jennifer Walters, and my juris number is 427636, and my business address is 1000 Silver Street, Middletown, Connecticut.
Thank you very much. And your colleague who's present with you as well, if you don't mind introducing yourself for the record as well.
Hi, good morning. My name is Melissa Ruat. I'm a social worker with the Public Defender's Office. My business address is also 1000 Silver Street, Middletown, Connecticut.
Thank you very much. And present this morning, we also have State's Attorney Joy Gary. Ms. Gary, can you also state your name, juris number, and business address for the record, please?
Yes. Good morning again. Joy Gary, Assistant State's Attorney, a business address 400 Grand Street, Waterbury, Connecticut, 06702.
Thank you. And present this morning as well is Office of Victim Services Advocate, Ms. Hamlett Williams. Mr. Santiago, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Good morning. My name is Gilfredo Santiago, number 301944.
Thank you. This is a public hearing in accordance to Chapter 14, Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Santiago, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing, and do you have any questions, and are you willing to proceed?
I'm willing to proceed. No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So as previously stated, this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing that's being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Gilfredo Santiago, inmate number 301944. Mr. Santiago is serving a sentence of 25 years flat, with no probation to follow for murder. There is victim input in this case. There is also an offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed and shows that he has completed the following programs, which includes the Lifers Group, Good Intention, Bad Choices, Anger, Creating New Choices, Domestic Violence, Voices, Tier 2, Anger Management, Alternatives to Violence, both basic and advanced, People Empowering People, Thresholds, and was working as a threshold peer mentor. Mr. Santiago is currently a mentor for the Young Adult Offender Program, and he's a peer mentor for People Empowering People. He's also currently a mentor within the TRUE unit at Cheshire. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the low range risk for recidivism. Mr. Santiago, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
Good mornings. Greetings. I would like to thank the board members for allowing me to come before you today. As always, I would like to start by expressing my most sincere condolences to the victim's family. As I've said before, and which I generally mean, not a day goes by that I don't think about the damage my actions have caused. I am sorry. I'm also apologizing for the painful memories I am bringing back up with this hearing. I understand that nothing I could ever say will excuse my actions, and it is never my intention to do so. I will always take full responsibilities for the pain that I have caused the victim's family, and my community. The man that sits before you today is not the same reckless youth I was at the age of 18. I grew up in Puerto Rico, and at the age of 2, I was removed from my parents by child services due to their chronic drug abuse and my father's physical violence towards my mother. Custody was eventually awarded to my paternal grandmother, who took care of me until the day she passed, which was well after my initial incarceration. My father was still around me because he lived in the first floor apartment of my grandma's house. As a result, he was able to have a huge influence on me, leading me to be exposed to drug use at a young age. At the age of 17, I moved to Waterbury, Connecticut with my aunt Sonia Mercado. I was going to school and had a job in Kmart, even though I didn't speak English fluently. But before long, I quit school and started hanging out with my cousin on a daily basis and using ecstasy every day. I am so ashamed to not have seen the downward spiral I was in at the time. I lived a life of instant gratification and didn't pay attention to the actions and behaviors that eventually led me to the street and harming my community. 1 week after my 18th birthday, while at my cousin's apartment, we overheard a domestic dispute between a couple that lived in the same complex. When we went back to the back of the building to see what was going on, and we looked through the boards of the floor, we saw a female being beaten. My cousin Enoch Hernandez went to the first floor in an attempt to help her. Enoch Hernandez engaged in a physical altercation with the victim, and moments later he screamed for me to get a gun. I did, and that led me to making a reckless decision that resulted in the young man losing his life. 3 months later, I pled guilty, and 5 months after my initial incarceration, I was sentenced to 33 years in prison. 5 years later, I met Mr. Albert Stevens, who worked as a janitor in the school area. Mr. Stevens befriended me and became one of my good friends and mentors until this day. He always encouraged me to continue on the path of education and to participate in any and all programs that were available to me. Mr. Stevens gave me great advice at the time, and I could still remember it like if it was yesterday. He told me that if I didn't help myself while in prison, no one else would do it for me. Back then, all I could do was survive, and that was my focus. But his words grew like a seed in my mind, and within a couple of years, that advice inspired me to acquire my GED. During my graduation ceremony, my mother and my father both came to celebrate my success. It was the first time they came together in the same space to celebrate me. Before this, the last time I saw them together was during my court hearing, which was a result of my own bad decisions that put them and my victim's family through pain and trauma that will be with them for the rest of their lives. But seeing how proud my parents were of me, really for the first time, I didn't want to let go of that feeling. Acquiring my GED became the start of my transformation. After graduating, I enrolled in a vocational class that taught us how to fix bicycles and wheelchairs, which was then be donated to different organizations around the world. My shop teacher at the time, Mr. Rossi, told us how expensive wheelchairs were, and being able to help people with disabilities in that way gave me a sense of pride that actually surprised me. And that was pride for doing the right thing. I now understood the meaning and importance of giving back to a community in need. And after I graduated from that shop, I then went to work in maintenance, where I acquired an important HVAC skill that will help me in the future in getting a vocational trade, which is something I plan to pursue if I am granted parole. Shortly after that, I took a position in the industry shop making license plates. This work program placed me in a large shop environment where I had to learn how to work with others, handle conflict, and cooperate with people that I sometimes didn't like in a personal level. I was doing good and tried to stay on a more positive path, but I was still young, and sometimes I still made bad decisions, which led me to getting a disciplinary report in 2015 for passing CDs and notes in church. That disciplinary report was the last I ever received. After working my way back into good standing within the facility, I was transferred to Cheshire CI, where I had to start all over. There, I was able to obtain a job as a hardware worker. This is one of the lowest jobs you can get. However, I knew that through hard work and dedication, I could get a better job, and I did. I was able to obtain a job at the facility laundry. I worked there for almost 2 years, and the reason I stopped working there was because I became a mentor full time. On August 14th of 2016, my aunt Sonia Mercado told me over the phone that my grandmother had only days to live. This news devastated me because she was my everything. Thankfully, I was able to visit her in the hospital. This visit was the hardest thing I have ever done in my life because I knew that this was the last time I would see the person I loved more than everything in the world, more than even myself. As I got into the transfer van, all of the memories of my grandmother came to me, and the whole ride there was a blur. It wasn't until we got to the elevator where everything slowed down for me. Everyone on the floor stopped and stared at a criminal in an orange jumpsuit flanked by 2 officers. This moment filled me with shame. When I finally saw my grandmother, my heart broke. The strongest person I have ever known now laid in a hospital bed, looking fragile as glass. All I could do was sit there and look out the window overlooking Waterbury and cry. I thought of all the damage that I had caused, not only to my grandmother, but the city itself. My tears woke my grandmother up, and through her pain, she smiled at me. All I could do was tell her that I loved her and ask her to forgive me for all the pain and suffering that I have caused her. She gave me her blessings. As I was leaving, my heart sank even further because after everything, I couldn't give her that final hug because of my handcuff restraints. All I could do was grab her hands and give her a kiss. As I was leaving, I turned to look at her one last time. And on the ride back to prison, I knew that I had to do something to honor her. I still held so much regret and shame for how I hurt everyone. I knew then that it wasn't enough for me to do better. I had to make up for the wrong of my 18-year-old self. On October 20th of 2016, I wrote a letter that I could never send, and it was addressed to the victim of my crime, saying how sorry I was, and that even though I couldn't take back what I did, I would always do my best to prevent that tragedy from happening again by speaking to the younger generation and telling them my story. And this is exactly what I have done ever since. A few weeks after my grandmother passed away, my unit manager helped me join the Lifers group. And when I did, I met Counselor Vincent Moore, the leader of my group. This amazing man became one of the most influential men in my life. Someone who I will be eternally grateful for putting me on the path that I have been ever since. Mr. Moore passed away earlier this year, and it was a big loss to our community. Mr. Moore left us a lasting legacy of compassion, understanding, and love that I will continue to pass on to everyone I encounter. I never met someone like Mr. Moore, and I don't think I ever will. Within the Lifers group, I eventually became the co-chair, and this came with a lot of responsibilities, including setting the agenda for our weekly meetings. Group from high schools and colleges would tour the facility and would always meet with us. And during these engagements, I was able to share my story with all of them. The Lifers group also helped me take several facility programs and later co-facilitate them, such as anger management, domestic violence, voices, thresholds, mindfulness, and people empowering people, just to name a few. One of the most important programs for me was anger management. This program taught me that anger is a natural emotion, just like love, sadness, and happiness. When I learned that anger is a secondary emotion that comes from embarrassment, shame, or sadness, I started to understand how better to control it within my life. The Voices program gave me a very real perspective of the damage I have caused to the victim's family, and my community. Not only to recognize and understand the trauma that I caused them, but also to empathize with it. This program was Mr. Moore's favorite, and he used to always tell us, remember the victims of your crime. This hit me on a personal level, and I understood that I had to continue helping my community by helping the young men who will eventually go back into the community my family and my victims' families still belong to. Another program that helped me a lot was Threshold, a problem-solving program which taught me the 5 steps of decision-making. First, seeing the situation clearly, knowing what you want, expanding the possibilities, evaluating and deciding, and then acting upon those decisions. This was so eye-opening for me because all of my life, I acted too quickly. I always took shortcuts. And I realized that for the rest of my life, I needed to walk the entire road. One of the most life-changing and rehabilitating events that has ever happened to me during my incarceration was on October 2nd of 2018, when I was chosen to become a live-in mentor in the True Unit. This was one of the greatest honors of my life. It gave me a real opportunity to become more of an asset to my community instead of a liability. Since becoming a mentor, I have done my best to help as many young men as I can, because as I stated earlier, I know they will all someday go back into the community my family and the victim's family still live in. And by helping them, I am also helping my family and all of those I've hurt. I have been a mentor in the True program for 6 years now, and I am very proud of our success. The recidivism rate for the young men who have graduated our program is below 20%, well below the state and national average. Several mentors have since gone home themselves, and they are all doing well, keeping in touch and supporting one another. Not one of them has returned to prison. Each one of them now serve their community as they did when they was in the True Unit. This is exactly what I will do. On March 15, 2023, I received a commutation from the Board of Pardons and Parole that removed 8 years of my sentence, for which I will be forever grateful. After that gift, I have not slowed down one bit. I have continued to elevate my own growth and understanding. And I began preparing myself for that eventual transition back into the community. And in doing so, I continue to stay very busy. During my commutation, Mr. Pohl, a board member, gave me great advice. And that was to contact a recovery coach from CCAR. And I did. And Ms. Shireen Fielder has been a great asset for me in the time I have talked to her on the phone and in the visits. And once I am released, I'll continue to stay in contact with Ms. Serene Fielder because she is going to help me to get certified as a recovery coach. I am still a mentor in the True program, where I work alongside of an amazing staff and mentors. Being a mentor is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week job, which is both very demanding and very rewarding. In addition, I co-facilitate several facility programs like Good Intention, Bad Choices, where we give different scenarios in life that led us to making the choices that led us to prison. I also just co-facilitated People Empowering People for the 6th time. I recently took a program called True Choices that combines all the DOC programs and give people like me a greater understanding of all of the hurdles we are going to face in our lives moving forward. I also had the facility photo program where I am the lead photographer, and I personally print and deliver all the photos in the facility. Last year, I took part of one of the highlights in my life, which was being a part of the National Prison Debate team. At first, I was hesitant to join, for I thought that it wasn't for me, because I knew that the whole thing was going to be in English, and it was going to be live streamed. I spoke to one of our counselors and expressed my concerns, and he said that I needed to give it a chance, because when you are uncomfortable, this is when you grow the most. And I am glad that I did, because when I started to work with the other group members and the outside coaches, I saw that it was more than just an individual thing. We had to learn different skills in different ways to be successful in that debate, such as teamwork and communication. Looking back now, I can see how helpful these skills will be once I am released, and how valuable the experience was. Our team eventually competed against debate students from NYU, very smart young adults who participate in debate competitions all of the time. They came into the unit, and the debate was live streamed worldwide. Every mentor, mentee, and staff member from 2 units filled the block to watch. When it began, those students sounded so smart and professional that I thought that they were way out of our league, that we didn't stand a chance. So we did the best we could, and after it was over, we had to wait several minutes for the judge's decision. During that pause, I remember thinking how proud I was of our hard work, of all the hard work we put in, and I tried just to enjoy the moment. Then the judges came back on and told us that we won. The unit went wild, and I couldn't help but be reminded of that first time when I acquired my GED, when my parents came together to celebrate me and how they felt. This entire journey has shown me that whatever I put my mind to, I can achieve. I have tried to take advantage of all the opportunities available to me while incarcerated, and I plan to do the same once I am released. I am truly grateful for the continued support of my family, loved ones, and previously released mentors who have pledged to help me in any way they can if I am granted parole. And if that does happen, I would like to prefer to take advantage of the halfway house system, because I know that the transition will present many unexpected challenges. And although I believe I am ready, a halfway house will give me a less stressful transition and will help me get healthcare, mental health services, and will help with job placement. During my time in the True Unit, I have worked closely with our counselors on reentry, and I have a clear understanding that Connecticut has many transitionary services that offer therapeutic support groups, clothing and food services, and housing assistance. I plan on making use of every service. Once I get on my feet, what I really want to do is find a way to keep kids from making the same mistake that led me to prison. And I will seek any volunteer opportunity to share my story, and will engage in mentoring programs for at-risk youth whenever I can. This is something I've done every day since becoming a mentor in the True Unit. And this is something I will do when I get out. In closing, I am a very different person from that troubled 18-year-old who entered prison over 20 years ago. During my time, I have worked hard to grow into someone that can have a positive impact to my community and all of those around me. Someone I am proud of. Again, please allow me to reiterate to the victim's family how sorry I am. I am for the actions and the pain that I have caused them. To the board, thank you for hearing me. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Santiago, for your opening statement, sir. You covered a lot of ground in there, and I appreciate your sharing with us how you've evolved since you've been there in the facility, going in to a very young man and evolving now into a grown man, and all that you've done to give back to the community in there. And I read about, well, we've all read, honestly, about the good work that you've done there in the True Unit, and all the programs that you've mentored since you've been in the facility, and which warranted the commutation in the first place. So I'm glad to see that you've continued to work diligently to give back again. So great job on that opening statement. Never would have thought that you didn't know that English wasn't your first language in reading that. And congratulations on all of your efforts, and I appreciate your statement. You're welcome. So what's going to happen here is each of us will take an opportunity to ask you questions. When we're done with our questions, we'll turn the hearing over to our victim's advocate for victim input. Then the state's attorney will have an opportunity to speak. Then your attorney will have an opportunity to speak. Then we will deliberate and give you our decision. Okay?
All right.
Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
First off, we have had, well, I guess third off, because I've been talking already, we've had an opportunity to review your file extensively. So we've reviewed your commutation package that was previously submitted. We reviewed the package that your attorney submitted on behalf of your 23-169, all of the documents with regard to your arrest and your pre-sentencing and your transcripts, all that stuff we reviewed. So we are well versed in your case, and we are very knowledgeable about what has transpired from there up until now. So with that being said, we did start this hearing a little bit late, and we have a schedule here for our next hearing is supposed to start at 12. So I honestly don't have a lot of questions for you because you really did answer quite a bit. But let's talk about let's talk a little bit about how crimes such as yours impact the communities at large. Let's talk a little bit about that. So you said that you and your co-defendant had just come back from a party or club, and he told you to go get a gun, and you went to go get the gun. Where did you guys get the gun from originally?
I bought it in the streets.
Okay. And why did you buy it?
I was selling drugs at the time, and being in the street leads to a lot of conflict, and that's where I had to acquire a gun.
So tell us how that impacts the society as a whole, just that mentality.
Well, being incarcerated now for all this time, and I've seen all the members of the community that have been impacted through the damages for us, even selling drugs, right? We see the kids that are growing up without their parents because the violence in our communities. And we see that cycle repeating itself within our communities. All the young men that are growing up without father figures because the violence either takes somebody's life or impacts somebody with drug use, and now they're drug addicts and they're not at home being a proper role model to their children. So now the children that are growing up are looking at a positive male role model, and they're looking at a drug dealer when it's not a positive role model, but that's the only role model that they're following.
So what about people that aren't living that kind of lifestyle, that aren't drug dealers or abusers? What about how does that impact those people? Crimes like yours.
I think the way that it impacts them, they can't have a normal life, because with somebody in a corner selling drugs, they can't just leave their house and cross the street because they're afraid that they could get shot. The kids can't go outside and have fun as we used to when we was growing up, because now that daily routine is interrupted. Right. So those the violent, even to the grandmothers that are living there, and we're taking advantage of the corners of selling drugs in the street. They can't leave their house. They can't stay in front of their house. So looking at that, and how the way they're growing up in fear. We're putting fear into our community, and we're supposed to be individuals that are there to protect our community, to uplift our communities.
Right. So the guns in these communities, you guys use the guns for protection, and unfortunately the bullets don't discriminate. And when you decide to take the law into your own hands and fire those guns, the bullets don't always hit the person that it's intended for. So innocent people lose their lives every single day. Every day, someone in this community is impacted by gun violence. So it is, like you said, a vicious cycle. And so what are you telling the young people in there about their participation in this kind of lifestyle? Because I know I heard you talk about the True Unit and you're being a mentor. So how do you tell them or convince them to change their mentality about getting street credit or making quick money off someone else's addiction?
So one of the things that I engage in conversations, because they always say that they're doing it to help their family. Mm-hmm. And this is a daily engagement with me when I engage in those conversations, is that once you're removed because you did something negative in your environment, you're removing yourself from those loved ones that you say you love, that you say you're trying to protect. Now, when you're not there and you're not protecting them every day, instead of us calling the police and letting them come and help us handle it, now we're taking something into our own hands, and we're removing ourselves, and we're removing those the victims from their loved ones. And once we do that, now when we're in here, now we're taking from them. So we're saying we're selling drugs, we're doing everything to support them. But once we're in here, we're taking away from them, because now they have to support us. They have to give us money every week to go to the store, to do little things in here. So now we're removing that help that they need on an everyday basis. And if you have children out there, now they're taking care of your children. Right. So now they become the parents instead of you being there and helping them.
Well, not only is their family taking care of their children, but we all are. Anyone who is a taxpaying, exactly. We're now taking on their responsibilities because they can't afford to clothe and food, to provide food for them, because everything's expensive now. So I'm glad that you're able to share some of that insight, and it comes with maturation, unfortunately, because the true unit consists of what, 18 to 21 or to 25? Yeah, yeah. So, and what happens if the individuals really don't want to hear what you have to say? Have you ever encountered that?
Yeah, so a lot of time they don't want to hear it in the beginning, and our success comes from those that graduate the program, because in the beginning, like, we deal with the 18 to 25, so the brain development is not there yet. So now they're only focused on that instant gratification, on the what if right now. So once they stay in the program is 2 years. So once they stay in the program for 2 years and they're able to listen to our stories, and they're able to take full advantage of all the programs that we're giving them, now they start to understand once they graduate from there. And if they have extensive time, they become a junior mentor, and then eventually they'll become a mentor within the program.
Well, that depends on how much time they have, right? If they're a mentor. Yeah.
Yes.
And what kind of skills do those people gain once they leave? Explain to us about that.
So a lot of times we have some of the mentees that graduated the program that are working for Vera Institute of Justice, for to give you an example, and they work a lot. They gain a lot of experience because we have a currency system in the program, and they learn how to pay bills. They have to pay their rent every month. They have to pay their light. They have to pay every little thing. And now we have it's called a CAP system, or a corrective action plan. If they misbehave in the program, we give them a cap. And by giving them a cap, we're showing them what you're doing wrong and how this could affect you. If you got a cap, you can't pay your bills because now your account is frozen. It's like the same thing if you get fired from your job. You can't pay your bills because everything. So now the consequences of your actions, we're showing them on a daily basis. Those the consequences of your actions is impacting your whole life. So this is something that we.
I appreciate that. So you're teaching them life skills. And what other skills are they learning in there? So life skills. What about the impact that crimes have on victims such as yours? Like, where a life is lost.
So now when we get into our one-on-one aspect, and we are able to sit down with them in our cells and go through our whole life.
I'm here. We're here. It froze.
Yeah. We're showing them through our examples. So now when we sit with them on a one-on-one aspect and we teach them how our lives was impacted by our upbringing. So in Reflections, we have a program called Reflections, and we learn about our self-concept and how our self-concept was developed from youth, and how our parents, our community, our schools, how all that have an impact on somebody like us growing up. And if we don't have those positive role models within our lives, we end up in situations like this. So now by acknowledging, like, yes, I took somebody's life and I'm in here paying for that crime, but I'm helping myself by dealing with all the trauma that I had gone through when I was a young child. So now through books, having them read books and everything like that is helping them develop that self-concept.
So education, by helping them gain education, getting some insight on how their actions impact other people. Okay. So that's good as well. So Mr. Santiago, I have to tell you that I listened to your commutation hearing, and I heard the state's attorney say that you were deserving of a commutation, and I was floored. And then I also heard the victim say that you were also deserving of a commutation, but she was just like, just not then, because her child had just turned 20, I think she said. So, but I was floored by that too, just by the graciousness that, that they extended. And it's not because I just think that it showed that you had put forth so much effort towards changing the person that you were into who you are today. And them acknowledging that and saying that you're deserving, to me, was a tremendous accomplishment in itself. Even if today you're not granted parole, you should still be so proud of everything that you've accomplished in your life because you worked so hard. There is, in essence, nothing that you can really do to change the nature of your crime or to make the victims of your crime whole. But the efforts that you're making to impact other people's lives so that another family doesn't have to go to this. I thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm hoping that you will be just as impactful, just as the people that you said have left the TRUE program. You talked about the recidivism rate and how none of those people have returned that were mentors in that program. I'm hoping that you will go out and continue to do this work because I'm sure you have access to the news, right? And
Yes.
Things are just rampant. And there's nothing that I can say that will help change anyone's lives or he can say, because we don't live that. We haven't lived the life. But for some reason, people who have experienced what you have, they tend to have a very positive impact on people who are living the life now. So I hope that you continue, honestly, doing what you're doing out there without the drugs and all that stuff. So one or two more things, and I always ask this because you've been down for so long. What do you believe will be your most difficult challenge, the most challenging when you walk out of those prison doors? Because regardless of what happens here today, you're going in 2027. You are going. So what do you think will be the most difficult for you?
This is something that I gave a lot of thought, and to a lot of people it might seem real small, but to me something like going out and paying bills for the first time in my life, having those bills come every month, being incarcerated for 22 years, I have had a bed and I had 3 meals every day. So now going out there and having to fend for myself, having to get 3 meals a day, get a place to stay. So those little things that may seem little to a lot of individuals in the natural world, to me seem big. Another thing is being in contact with Shireen Fielder, somebody that's been through addiction and staying in recovery. This is something that I understand that being an addict is something that's gonna be with me for the rest of my life. I've seen it with my parents. So it's something that I've seen on an everyday basis. So staying on that path and having their support is gonna be big for me.
Right. And I think that well, honestly, both of the things that you said they're valid because guess what, in there you work and you make 60 cents a day or $1. I don't even know what it is, honestly. I'm just talking. But when you come out here to buy a can of SpaghettiOs, it's like $3 now for no reason. And so, the money in there that would buy you, I don't know what you could buy in there for, a 1 day's work out here, doesn't get you pretty far is all I'm saying. And so that's a valid concern. And I think the halfway house will help you navigate some of that stuff, but you're teaching in that TRUE program how people can pay bills and stuff like that. So you have some insight about that. But I would say also just everything is so electronic now. Cell phones and cars, they park themselves. And, I'm just like, I don't know. I have to get my 6-year-old grandson to help me. How do you turn this thing on? And they know I don't. But, the electronics, the technology is very, very difficult. So I would envision that being a challenge for you. And I'm sure you're far more intelligent than I am with that stuff. But me, I had to ask him just a few minutes ago how to forward a message. I don't listen. I really did. So, and so I know that you have a tremendous amount of support out in the community. I see a couple of sisters. You have some family in Puerto Rico. And In a perfect world, I also saw that your release plan included your connecting with CCAR and Project Longevity. In a perfect world, tell me what you envision your life goal being in terms of employment. Like your career. Go ahead.
If I am granted parole and I go to a halfway house in New Haven, my plans is to go to Bazzuto's and work in North Haven. They have a facility there.
Yep,
they came through the program and we built a good communications with them. And one of my cousins is a manager here at Cheshire, so he said he could get me there. Eventually, what I really want to do, I want to go back to school and obtain my HVAC certification. So like that, that could be my future plans on having my own business. I prepared myself in here by obtaining the my OSHA certification, OSHA 10 recently, and I did my Start Safe.
Yep, I saw that too.
So it's something that I'm not one to do go away from any help that's out there. I know that through a halfway house, I'm able to get different certifications. And if I get any certifications, I know the forklift certification is something that I could acquire once I'm in the halfway house. So anything that's gonna advance me being successful out there, as long as everything is legal, I'm all for it.
Yeah. That's good. You're open. You're open. You'll get out and see what it is that you may find that you like something else, but there's so many resources out here now for people such as yourself. Even if you aren't released to a halfway house with us, maybe you might get one with DLC, but there's so many resources for you all. So far more than back in 2000. Honestly, there's really, if you really want to be successful, you really can be, is the point that I'm trying to. And I think that you have so much to offer. And so I really do hope that once you get yourself situated out there and doing well, that you really do start to try to help others get on that path. Mr. Santiago, I'm proud of all that you've done, and I'm happy to speak with you here today. And I'm glad to see that you didn't give up on yourself, because you really couldn't. You learned English, you got your GED, you all by yourself. You should be very proud of yourself. You really should be. Keep up the good. Good.
Thank you.
Ms. Chance?
Yeah, so Mr. Santiago, you talked about your journey. So I want to just go back and go through some of the things you said, and I don't need a lot of detail. So, for example, it seemed to me that the turning point for you was when you found out that your grandmother was ill and you were able to visit with her. And you were able to tell her that you loved her and asked for her forgiveness. And she smiled at you, and that seemed to have been significant for you. So on the ride back, you talked about how you could honor your grandmother, who has been the sole focus in your life in all the positive things that has happened to you before incarceration. So you said you wrote a letter to the victims and you participated in the Lifers group. Can you tell me what part of the Lifers group was most significant for you that made you become co-chair?
Mr. Moore, may he rest in peace, was a big key, because he gave he sat with us in a room every Thursday from 12 to 2, and he told us that we are an asset to our community, that every time that we have any students from school coming in or colleges, they wanted to see us, that they wanted to hear about us. They wasn't there to see him. And Mr. Moore was so impactful to us because he humanized us. He didn't take away from us just because we was in Browns. He gave us an opportunity to become somebody in here. He gave us that opportunity to accept the programming. He was one of the only ones in the facility giving us an opportunity to take programmings, because we was all lifers in that group. So now a counselor coming into the DOC and giving us that opportunity to help one another in here is rare. And now we're seeing it more in the TRUE program. But before the TRUE program, it was rare to see a counselor come in here and give us that human aspect of life, giving us that opportunity to show that we're human, that yes, we made a mistake and we did a horrific crime out there, but we're able to give back even from behind us. So with Mr. Moore and Miss Anderson, may she rest in peace too. She was our counselor at the time. She gave us that. They gave us that opportunity to become humans within here, to feel utilized within the prison system.
Yeah. You know, everyone has value in life, Mr. Santiago. And the fact that those two people told you, you know, saying you have asset and saying you have value is like the same thing. And it means that every single person in this world, no matter what they have done, we all have values. And so I think they pointed out to you that you have something just like myself and your attorney and everybody else has, and that's value. And I think in just listening to you throughout this whole thing, I think that was a pivoted point for you. And the other piece that I heard is when you talked about when you are uncomfortable is when you grow the most, because that's really when you test who you are, and you did that. And so I'm saying all of this to let you know that that opening statement that you had, and I did go over all your commutation, you have proven over and beyond that you are a valuable asset, not just during incarceration, but that you can be when you go back in the community. You said that programs helped you to take accountability for your actions, because part of what you've been used to doing is blaming others. So now that you are being responsible for what you do, is making you realize that going forward in your life, you have to be accountable for everything that you do. And it has to be positive. You know, when I read your release plan and you talk about having to reacquaint with new technology, your reason for wanting to go to the halfway house, and the fact that they're gonna assist you with transition. And you even said, if you have any stressors, that can be addressed there. So it's another way that you're taking accountable for what you have done and what you're going to do in the future. And if anything gets in the way, you know what you have to do. I heard you talk about Mr. Pohl recommending you to take the CCAR because it's a way for you to address your addiction. And you spoke very openly about that and acknowledged that you're working with an addiction counselor and that you're gonna obtain a recovery coach when you go back in the community. When Madam Chair asked you about what you saw as employment opportunity, I knew that you had started the HVAC certification and you want to follow through with that. So I think you are someone, Mr. Gilfredo, that has really looked at all aspects of your life and have figured out going forward what you're going to do. So I just want to thank you for that, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chance. Ms. Pohl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Santiago.
Good morning, Mr. Pohl.
So I'm glad to see that you connected with CCAR. You know, the commutation hearing that we had was very different because the input from mother of the victim, and the assistant state's attorney. And last week we had a 23-169 hearing. And that assistant state's attorney admitted there's nothing that I can do, really. They won't listen to me.
He did.
But he looked straight at the once young man and now adult who was in that hearing. And he said, but you can't. You know, it's gun violence out here is just too much. And you know that. You know that because of your involvement in TRUE. You know that because of the high school students that you've spoken to, right? Need to honor Mr. Bird. And the way you do that is by continuing, once you leave, to work with young people who just don't have it figured out yet. So maybe there's one less mom who has to go through this, you know? And certainly, you know, what you did with TRUE and what you continue to do with TRUE addresses young men who can very well be prone to violence, and so much to the point that they potentially could take a life, you know? And you've got to the place where you understand that and you have patience with that. You know, the letter from the commissioner that was part of your commutation package speaks volumes, right? And others that have talked on your behalf, it speaks volumes of the change that's occurred. My job here today is, when it comes to Public Act 23-169, is to take a look at what happened and to take a look at, here's the point with rehabilitation and such. That you're ready to finish the rest of your sentence on parole. You know, and I just hope that you always remember, not in a heavy weight that you carry around, but with a desire to help us so that we have less of these hearings.
Exactly.
You know? And I respect what you've done with your life while you've been incarcerated. And I hope that you come up here and continue to have the impact that you've had in there. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. So at this time, Mr. Santiago, we are done with our questioning portion of the hearing. We are going to turn the hearing over to our victim's advocate, Mrs. Hamlett Williams. Good morning once more, Mrs. Williams.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning again, panel. I do have a statement from the victim's mother. And it reads, I am the mother of Damian Bird, whose life was taken by a complete stranger, Gilfredo Santiago, simply because of the color of his skin. Since that terrible day, my heart and life have been permanently changed and damaged. Life has not been the same without my son Damian. In addition, since that day, I have watched my son, Damian's only sibling, life spiral out of control. This has been very hard as a single mother. He now lives with schizophrenia, is unable to work, and receives Social Security disability. He often refuses to take his much-needed medication, making life difficult at times. Damian did not get to become a man, have a family of his own, or a career. Damian was a loving person and would often bring people home. He would say, this is my friend, and he needs us right now. We didn't have a lot, but he would ask me to help, and I would jump right in to assist whenever I could. I miss both of my sons every day because Damian was taken from me and because my remaining one is not the man he was before he lost his baby brother and best friend. I feel that Gilfredo Santiago should finish out the time given to him by the state of Connecticut and not be given parole at this time. Thank you, mother of the victim.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Williams.
So at this time, the attorneys will be afforded an opportunity to make a statement. At this time, we will begin with State Attorney Gary. Gary, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
Yes, thank you. Good morning again, members of the board. For the record, Assistant State's Attorney Joy Gary, here on behalf of the Waterbury State's Attorney's Office. It is our office's position, like the victim, that the sentence Mr. Santiago is currently serving is appropriate for the severity of the crime he committed. He was granted a commutation and his sentence currently is now appropriate. This was a case involving gun violence where the victim lost their life. And it's clear from the victim's statement that we just heard that the victim's family suffered and continues to suffer a tremendous loss. Our office does understand this was an offense committed when Mr. Santiago was under 21. I heard he stated 18. And our office understands and recognizes that Mr. Santiago has taken steps to better himself during his incarceration, including education and programs that he mentioned. However, given the serious nature of the offense and conviction and the impact on the victim's family, the State's Attorney's Office, we do oppose the early release of Mr. Santiago. However, we understand it is up to the board. That's our position today. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Gary. At this time, we have Attorney Walters. Do you wish to make any comments or statements?
Yes, thank you very much. Just quickly, I do have a brief correction to make. In the DIS on the last page, in the final summary section, it states that Mr. Santiago was sentenced for felony murder. That's an error. I just wanted to make that correction as it does carry a different penalty. He was sentenced for murder under Connecticut General Statute 53A-54A. Thank you again for this opportunity to address the board on behalf of Mr. Santiago. It has been a pleasure to represent Mr. Santiago. Speaking for myself and social worker Melissa Ruat, getting to know him over the past year, it has truly been an inspirational experience. I have never worked with a client like Mr. Santiago. He is not wholly committed to his own self-growth and self-improvement, but he is equally, if not more, dedicated to helping others and giving back to the community. I would submit to the board that Mr. Santiago meets the statutory criteria for parole release at this time. In fact, he not only meets that criteria, he exceeds it. He consistently has taken responsibility and expressed remorse for his crime. The day after this horrific crime occurred, Mr. Santiago gave a signed and sworn statement to the Waterbury police, taking full responsibility. 3 months later, he pled guilty in court and was sentenced to 33 years of incarceration. In addition, his previous counsel, attorney Melissa Davies, it had advised him, she represented him during the commutation hearing. She had advised him that he had a strong habeas claim. However, Mr. Santiago chose not to pursue that because he was concerned that it would indirectly imply that he was not taking full and complete responsibility for the choices he made that day. He has also consistently expressed remorse from the time of his PSI interview to the programming he's been involved with, specifically the Voices program with Counselor Moore. He has also consistently expressed empathy and remorse during his statements at the commutation hearing and again today. As Mr. Santiago stated, since his commutation was granted, he has not slowed down. In addition to continuing to serve as a mentor in the TRUE program and the lead or head photographer of the facility photo program, he's currently involved in a number of programs and job assignments. Specifically, he's currently participating in the New Thoughts program, which addresses substance abuse, education, and recovery. He is also co-facilitating a brand new program that was created here at the facility by a mentee called Restoring Relationships Through Communication and Love. He's participating in his 4th round of Professor Amber Kelly's mindfulness program, and he has chosen to participate once again in the National Prison Debate Team program, this time serving in more of a mentor role and earning college credits. And it's just as recent as 2 weeks ago, he was given a new assignment of being the head or lead painter in his unit. He now oversees 2 workers and manages all the painting requests and projects on the unit. Excuse me. As the board noted, if granted parole, he will be utilizing the halfway house system. Mr. Santiago has taken it upon himself to reach out to numerous agencies and individuals in the community to ensure that he's at least done as much as he can while still incarcerated to lay the groundwork with these programs. As been mentioned several times, Ms. Fielder, recovery coach from CCAR, provided a letter on his behalf stating, Mr. Santiago has shown a relentless solution focus towards creating change within himself. His goal is to participate in a positive change and empower Connecticut communities, joining forces to become a CCAR volunteer. He's already had contact with Christina Forgone, the statewide operations coordinator of Project Longevity. He's also been in contact with Holly. Thank you. Walsalewski, excuse me, the Reentry and Community Outreach Coordinator for the U.S. Attorney's Office. Professor Amber Kelly of the Quinnipiac University Prison Project also is offering her support, stating, should Mr. Santiago have the opportunity to be released from prison in the near future, we at Quinnipiac University Prison Project would absolutely welcome him to join our work in developing trauma-informed programming with and support for currently and formerly incarcerated residents of Connecticut. He is welcome in future programming across the QU Prison Project. We would like to extend our support to Mr. Santiago in his future endeavors, as we believe he is a leader and inspiration for other men coming through incarceration. Mr. Santiago has also kept in contact with former mentors in the TRUE program that are now actively involved in agencies in the community, specifically Benito Lugo, who is a career navigator with the Reentry Welcome Center in Hartford. Mr. Lugo states, Mr. Santiago is a reformed man, and the truth is that this great panel of pardon and parole can give a great wealth of opportunity to our society by granting Mr. Santiago parole. He has an array of support, adding myself to the list. Mr. Ray Boyd, founder and president of Next Level Empowerment, offers his full support to Mr. Santiago. Mr. Boyd's program is prepared to offer Mr. Santiago access to a range of services, including case management and mentorship, employment readiness, and job placement. In addition, Mr. Boyd is in the process of opening the Vincent A. Moore Sober House, where Mr. Santiago will have housing if necessary. Although Mr. Santiago plans to stay in Connecticut and utilize the connections and resources he has developed over the years, he also has significant family support, as the board noted. He is closest with his sister, Mindy Santiago. She resides in New Jersey with her husband and children. She has made it clear that her brother is welcome to reside with her and her family. In addition, her husband, Christian Vazquez, has laid the groundwork for Mr. Santiago's future employment with his company. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, Mr. Santiago is rehabilitated. He has also played a valuable role in the rehabilitation of others within the facility. If granted parole, due to his life experience, he is uniquely situated to have an extremely powerful impact on the community. For these reasons, I submit to the board that Mr. Santiago is appropriate for parole release. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Walter, for your statement. We did read those letters of recommendation and that you read off to us, and did note much of what you did share with us. So at this time, the board, we are going to deliberate, and we will give you our decision shortly. And I guess I will begin with the deliberation process. And again, I'm going to refer to what we are supposed to consider when we are deliberating. And one of those things are our risk assessment. And according to our risk assessment, Mr. Santiago is considered a low risk to recidivate. We are supposed to also take into consideration his age, which he committed this crime at age 18. We are supposed to consider whether or not we believe that he will live a responsible life out in the community without violating any of the laws. I am of the opinion that he does meet that criteria. I believe that he will. He has been in the facility for 22 years now, and in those 22 years, he's received 3 disciplinary infractions, which we've seen many more for far less time. We are to consider whether or not he's demonstrated substantial rehabilitation through his correctional record, which we just discussed, those tickets, his program participation, the contributions that he's made while he's been there in the facility. I have at least 5 programs that he's been mentoring in. The TRUE program, People Empowering People, Good Intentions, Bad Choices, Thresholds. We didn't even talk about the Trauma-Informed Path Freedom or the master class in mentoring that he's in as well. You know, I can mention so many different people who were played a tremendous role in helping him transition from this kid in the street who experienced trauma. Even the letters from his family saying that, you know, this guy, he had it rough from day one. It's just a life filled with trauma. And these decisions, guys, are so difficult because we empathize or sympathize with the victim's family. You know, losing a loved one is unfathomable. Like, you know, none of us can imagine being in that position and hearing the pain that the mother has expressed, even in her other child who remains alive, in the things that he's experiencing. And then, you know, us having to weigh that versus everything that Mr. Santiago has accomplished to date. You know, and here's the thing, even if we were to rehear Mr. Santiago, deny him and rehear him, according to the statute, we'd have to do that in 2 years. And we don't have that time here. And he's serving a flat sentence. And, you know, because he's serving a flat sentence, I just think that it would be in the interest of public safety and to his benefit to give him that time under discretionary parole so that he can take advantage of the resources that he will be afforded. I do believe that Mr. Santiago is a suitable candidate for this 23-169 hearing. I think that he's met all of the criteria, and I would support his discretionary tool. So that's where I am. Ms. Chance.
Madam Chair, I absolutely agree with everything that you have said. I just shared, you know, when we were discussing previously, that it took him a while to realize what it is that he has to do to change his life around. And he talked about significant people and events in his life that allowed him to do that. And when I hear him talk about the impact of his grandmother and what he has learned in the True Unit and the people in the facility who was able to express to him that he has value, I think those were so significant to him because I think it allowed him to continue to go forward and keep doing all the positive things that we talked about today. So I am, and you know, just based on all the factors that you mentioned and the 23-169, the purpose of that hearing, he has met and demonstrated all that it has said. And so I am in, and I did hear the victims. I cannot imagine what the mother must be feeling now, because now she thinks, I not only lost my oldest son, but my youngest son was not able to deal with that. And that's very, very difficult to continue to deal with. But I do agree that in light of public safety, Mr. Santiago could benefit from parole supervision, considering that he had a flat sentence. So I would be very much in favor of his release.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Pohl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with both of you. I would like to add, though, that Mr. Santiago's release would not just benefit him, but it would benefit us.
Yes, it would. He's definitely an asset. Absolutely.
You know, if he's doing in the community what he's done, he's been inside, knowing what our cities are like right now, it can only help to have somebody that has the passion of Mr. Santiago and the experience of Mr. Santiago, so that there might be one less mother out there that has to deal with what Ms. Bird has to deal with. So with that, I would support for Mr. Santiago. And the one thing that I would like to say is I'm not sure if Mr. Santiago knows of the mechanism, but you know, I know that he didn't put in for a parole to interstate. But certainly if he talks to his parole officer about that once he's released, that having a supportive family is something it's a really good thing as well.
It is. Absolutely is. Okay, so for conditions, I have no victim, mental health evaluation, no co-defendant, without parole officer's permission, and a HAPA has. Yeah. Anything else?
That's it.
With regard to Gilfredo Santiago, 301944, I move that he be granted discretionary parole on or after today's date, November 4th, 2024, with the following conditions, in addition to the standard parole conditions. You are to have no contact with your co-defendant, Hernandez, without the parole officer's permission. You will have no contact with the deceased victim's family, initials CB. You are to participate in a mental health evaluation and receive treatment as deemed necessary, and you'll be released to a halfway house for residential placement. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, Mr. Santiago, congratulations, sir. We
Thank
do
you.
appreciate all that you've done, and we hope that you continue on a positive path. Attorney Walters, thank you so much. Ms. Ruett, we thank you. I know I probably massacred that, but we appreciate your report. And Attorney Gary, we also appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much for your help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes the public act 23-169 hearing for Gilfredo Santiago, number 201-944, and it is closed. Do you have Mr. Gaffney and his attorney there? Oh, can you unmute on your end?
Yes, he's here.
Hi, yeah, we're gonna get started in just a second if you want to have them come and take a seat.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh. Okay. Pre-adjust. Look, mate.
Good afternoon to the both of you. We're just taking a brief recess. We'll be back in just a minute or two, okay?
Okay.
In the meantime, please be aware we are connected to the live stream, so everything you say does go out to the public.
Thank you. Picture. Picture. Never saw that before. It's delayed.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Parole Wengertsman. Today is Monday, November 4th, 2024, and this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing in the Connecticut Board of Parties and Paroles. For the record, Mr. Gaffney, the state of Connecticut passed and made effective as of October 1st of 2023, 23-169. It's an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 and criminal history records erasure. You fall under this act, and this means that you are under the age of 21, that the board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity that you've displayed while we are reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on the record, certifying they have all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, good afternoon. Sorry, I'm panel member Barry.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Thank you. Also present, we have in attendance, Attorney Thomas Hoffler. Attorney Hoffler, if you can please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
It's Attorney Mitchell Thomas K. Mitchell Hoffler, and my juris number is 422900.
And your business address, please.
41 Holmes Avenue, Waterbury, Connecticut, 06710.
Thank you very much. Also present this morning, we have State's Attorney Jonathan Formicella. If you can also please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Formicella. I'm a Deputy Assistant State's Attorney for the Judicial District of Bridgeport, 1061 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut. Juris number 444343.
Thank you very much. Also present this morning, we have Office of Victim Services, Ms. Hamlett Williams with us. Mr. Gaffney, can you please state your name and INMATE number for the record?
My name is Francis P. Gaffney Jr. My INMATE number is 139379.
Thank you very much. So this is a public hearing in accordance to Chapter 14 of the Deliberation Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Gaffney, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Do you have any questions, and are you willing to proceed?
No.
You have no question.
I have no questions.
And you're willing to proceed at this time?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So as I stated, this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing. It's being conducted in consideration of a parole application for Francis Gaffney, date number 139379. Mr. Gaffney serving a sentence of 60 years flat, no probation followed for murder and kidnapping to the first degree. There is victims in this case. There's also an offender accountability in place that has been reviewed. It shows that gets completed programming, which includes Voices, the Vet Dog program, Alternatives to Violence, Cage Your Rage Anger Management course, along with the religious, culinary, and vocational programming. He's also currently maintains a furlough job assignment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offenders will also score on the RT balls for the moderate range risk for recidivism. Mr. Gaffney, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
Why I think I should be granted parole is because I was very young when I did this crime. I was a juvenile, and the man that I am today, I'm a 57-year-old man. How do I say this? I was just a kid then when I did this crime, and the man that I am today is just disgusted with what I did then, who I was then. You know, I've tried to do the best I can and better myself while I'm in prison. I've been in here for 37 years, 4 months, and 1 day, and throughout this time, I've taken programs, and I've taken these programs not having any how do I say this? Any
intentional.
Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. I took these programs without having any 5 or 10 years down the road, knowing I had a chance to use the programs to get out of prison. You know, I took these programs because I thought that they could better me, make me a better person. You know, I've taken several of them. You know, I've done hospice, volunteering, American Vet Dogs program, and you know, when I did hospice, you know, it really opened my eyes to what people go through when in end stages of their life, you know, and I learned a lot from that. You know, like with one patient, he was declining and he could no longer get out of bed and use the facilities or shower for himself. And the guy I had to take care of him. We had to take everything that had to be done for me had to be taken care of. And I remember one day I had to, you know, clean the guy, for a better sense of words. I don't want to, and I remember holding him up and he rolled him over on his side and he's facing the wall. And this is a guy that I learned to be, you know, he's like tough as nails, very independent. And he declined right in front of my eyes at 6 months to where he got bedridden. So he's at the bedridden stage now. And you know, I'm holding him up, pushing him towards the side of the wall, and he's looking at the wall, and I'm cleaning him. And he made a statement that I'll never forget. The guy said, "Who'da thunk?" And I didn't understand him at first because I was paying attention to what I was doing. I said, "What do you mean, Johnny? What'd you say?" He says, "Who'da thunk?" And I said, "Thunk what?" And he said, "Who'da thunk I'd be reduced to this?" And when I heard that, I mean, it really broke me down. I mean, all I can do is choke out and say to the guy, "John, you know, it is my honor that you're allowing me to take care of you. And if you let me, I'll keep taking care of you right up to the end." And the guy just said one word, "Okay." You know, and when he had said okay, he literally accepted what was happening. You know, it's the 5th stage of acceptance. And I don't know how to explain it. A light bulb moment went off on me. I learned that day what dignity is. You know, you think you know what dignity is, but I learned what dignity is. And it was very important to help a person have dignity. And the person I am today is that person that wants to help people, take care of someone, be there for them. And, you know, that's one of the reasons why I think I should be granted parole. You know, you know, taking these programs, I took them because, you know, I think back on what I did and I think about, you know, I'm broken. I was broken. I had to be broken to do something like that. I just don't understand it. I was a kid, high, messed up, and committed this crime. And I just wanted to fix what I thought was broken in me, you know. And so I took the programs, hoping that they can help me be better than what I was, you know. And I took hospice and it made me a better human being. I've taken American Vet Dogs program, take care of dogs. It's made me a better human being. I mean, and boy, did that really impact me. And I am not even remotely the same person I used to be when I was that age, you know. And the man that sits before you today is going through a lot and learned a lot, and have done all the programs I can do just to try and get better, to be better than I was. And,
Mr. Gaffney,
yes.
I apologize for interrupting you, but I appreciate what you've shared thus far. Talk to us. You keep saying that you were a child and you participated in programs. We heard you talk a little bit about substance. What programs have you taken to address your substance abuse, your mental health? What's your release plan? Those are kinds of some of the things that we want to hear about.
Okay. Well, substance abuse, that is something that, I had like a light bulb aha moment in my life where, I realized that, you know, the drugs and the alcohol I had, taken when I did this had ruined my life, completely ruined it. And I had taken reevaluation co-counseling. I used to see a mental health counselor named Vazquez and Debbie Benefici up in the prison. And I took AA back in the day, and I just had the moment where it just, I swore it off. And I haven't had a dirty urine in 37 years. I haven't had any, and I just completely, I don't know how to say it. It is something that I'll never have in my life again. And when I get out, I will attend AA, NA if the board sees fit that I should. But I like you to understand that I will never drink or do drugs again because it ruined my father's life. It's ruined my sister's life. It ruined my life as a kid, as an adolescent. And my house, you know, I love my dad. And I love him very much. But he drank a lot. And when he drank, he did things. And as I got older, throughout my adolescent age, I drank and did drugs to escape. You know, it was a great escape for me. Temporary handling with things, and it just set me down a trajectory, the path of doing more and more, up until the day I committed this crime.
This is the program to shoot that way.
The programs, you know, that I've done, you know.
I heard you say NA and AA, any tier?
No, I didn't do any tier programs. I didn't do any of that. I did, I went to AA. I went to reevaluation counseling. I've done alternative violence 1 and 2. And as for the drugs, I swore them off and worked my entire sentence. And work was basically my therapy, you know, and I don't have an addiction. I have a swearing off and actually, I just won't have anything to do with it. I don't want to know it. I don't want it in my life. And I don't hang out with anybody that has anything to do with it. You know, along with this light bulb moment of having to do it, I realize I can't hang out with people that do it. Because I'm a strict believer now as I've grown older, I've learned through programs that you are who you hang out with. Mm-hmm. And I will have nothing to do with people that are taking drugs, people that are drinking. And so that's how I've dealt with it throughout my sentence. Now I know getting out, when I do get out, there's going to be more temptations out there. So, you know, I plan on having, and if I'm granted, I'll request, you know, a halfway house in Hartford, where right around the corner is the parole office. And right around the corner is a church, because I'm a Christian. And right around the corner is also how do I say it, a health service place where I can go, and from my understanding, I'll continue to be able to have Husky insurance until my insurance at the place I have a full-time job at right now, where I'm furloughed to, kicks in, so I can have somebody as a life coach to help me navigate things. And I think that's important, that I have somebody to talk to help me get through what I'm going to transition back to, because I know getting out there is going to be a whole different world than what I left. You know, I've never been on a cell phone, never been on the internet. And so if it is important to where I think I'm going to go to AA, I'm going to go to NA. I mean, as a child, because of the things that were on in my house, my mother made me go to Alateen, when I was young, right before, this was all before my brother Gary died. After my brother Gary died, everything changed. And we did my mother would go to Al-Anon and,
No, I'm listening. I'm listening to you. So it sounds as if you really have had some experience with a sober network or sober community. So you know some of the things that you need to do to stay sober when you're out in the community, even though things have changed.
yes.
So since you have not prepared a formal statement, Mr. Gaffney, we do appreciate the information that you've shared with us thus far. We have reviewed your file thoroughly, and we do have some questions in preparation for today's hearing. So what we'll do is ask our questions, then we will turn the hearing over to our victim's advocate, Mrs. Williams, for victim input. The state's attorney will have an opportunity to speak, then your attorney will be afforded an opportunity to speak, then we'll deliberate and give you our decision. Okay?
Okay, yes.
Ms. Chances, we'll start with the questions, okay?
Yeah. So, Mr. Gaffney, you did write a statement to the parole board.
You did.
Which I read. And I guess part of what we usually do is get a statement from your attorney, but we did not receive one. So we're happy that you're here today with Mr. Gaffney. So I'm going to, just based on your statement to the board, Mr. Gaffney, ask you some questions.
Yes.
So you have completed so far 38 years of your 60-year sentence. And I want to go back to the report of the incident, because you said it started out as a carjacking.
Yes.
And somehow it turned out. So could you briefly explain how it went from carjacking to the stabbing of the victim?
It's been a long time. It started off with the carjacking, and it started off with me getting in a car and driving, and it's somehow along the way, it ended up becoming a murder. And for the life of me, I don't understand or think I remember why it became a murder, except that we don't want nobody to know that we took the car. We don't want nobody to know it was us, and me and my co-defendant. And I have, to this day, I don't understand why I didn't stop it somewhere along the line. I mean,
so whose idea was it to stab the victim? Yours or the co-defendant?
I don't want to take any responsibility of mine off. I'm equally responsible for what I did. But what I remember is see, he moved up from Bridgeport, and when we got in a car, and we didn't want to walk to Waterbury, so we decided somewhere along the line that we're going to carjack the car. And when we carjacked the car, we drove to Bridgeport. Why Waterbury, Bridgeport? Because that's where it's from, and he wanted to get on to Bridgeport now. So I followed his direction going to Bridgeport, and when we got down there, we drove down behind a building, and it was an alleyway. And as I was backing up, he was in the back seat. He stabbed Mrs. Boniak, and from that point on, it escalated, and then she died.
Okay, so Mr. Gaffney, I wasn't there, but my understanding is both of you stabbed the victim. your
Yes.
co-defendant said you started it and he followed.
Yes.
So
No,
now
no.
you just acknowledged that your co-defendant did it, but you didn't say you stabbed her too.
No, I'm saying he started it, right? And what happened was I stopped the car and I told him, I said, get out of the car. I opened the door and she got out of the car and she fell down. And as I was leaving, backing up, he said, you got to go back. I said, no. He said, go back. And we drove back. And when I drove back, I told him, I said, you started it, you finish it. And he just looked at me and said, no, it's your turn. And I took the knife and that's when I stabbed her. And that's how it finished. And I put his life.
So you stabbed her first or he stabbed her?
No, he stabbed her first.
Okay, and then what happened after?
Then I stabbed her.
And then you indicated that you waited for about a year and then confessed to the police.
Yeah,
what did you confess?
I confessed that I did the crime. I confessed what I did. I confessed my memory's correct, exactly what I'm telling you, but maybe not in the exact same words, but what I just told you. I pled guilty. And I also would like to state that my attorney, Fred DiCaprio and William Holden had me take a polygraph as to these specific questions. Did you approach the car, Mr. Tobin? And I answered, Mr. Tobin. Did you stab her first or did he? Mr. Tobin did. And then right down the line, and in my sentencing hearing, that was brought up by Mr. Fred DiCaprio because he said it's not admissible in court, but he wanted the court to know that what I had confessed to was factual and backed by a polygraph. So I just thought because the specifics here and I'm having so much trouble explaining it and counting because I'm nervous and I am so ashamed of doing this. I feel so bad that I very rarely talk about it. And I think over the years, my mind, I've had trouble just trying to, cope with what I've done. And to talk about it again, it's hard. And I just want you to understand what I'm saying to you right now, those facts that you just asked are backed by a polygraph. And if you have my sentencing transcript there, it says that in there. So, I thought that was important. You might want to hear.
Okay. So can you talk a little bit about the environment in which you grew up with? One of the things that you said is that at age 18, you did not realize the impact to the victim and the victim's family. So can you tell us just in a few sentences what environment you grew up in? Because it's obvious when you said you and your co-defendant went to hijack the car. So yes. Obviously you weren't abiding by the law.
No. I grew up in a house where there was a lot of alcoholism. I had a dad that drank a lot and he would get loud, he would get violent. He would, when this would happen, my mother would grab me and my sister and try to get us out of the house at the first chance when his attention would go to something else. And we leave the house and have to stay until he would go to bed. And then we'd sneak in and have to be quiet. And then he would get up and go to work and get out of work and go to the bar and come home and it would start all over again. And this happened a lot. And, it got really bad when my mother left my father and left us with him. She left for a year and moved to Riverside, California, to my cousins. And, it just amplified. That's when my sister ran away at the age of 13. She ended up on the streets of Waterbury, and she still isn't the same today. And
okay, so, you know, you've been incarcerated for so long, but when I looked at your disciplinary reports, you received 18 of them.
yes.
What was a little concerning was that you had one for fighting in April, I think it was April 24th, 2020. Can you explain what was going on with you?
Yes, that fight was with, can I say his name? Is that okay?
No, you can just say your roommate.
It was a guy I lived with. It's my cell partner, right? And I have been cellies with him for 5.5 years, give or take, spread around that time. And he is a first recon Marine. He's a veteran, and he is in for having a PTSD issue and killing his girlfriend. And this guy has had several PTSD issues inside the cell. And this particular day, it was a big PTSD issue. And it got out of hand with him. And I had to defend myself. And I pled not guilty to this. If you look at my disciplinaries, there's 18 tickets. There's only 2 that I pled not guilty to. And both of them tickets are the only ones that I've never done. I've fallen down, and I've always taken responsibility for what I did and try to learn from it and get up and move on and not do it again and be better than I was. But these 2 tickets I didn't do, and this is one of them. And I pled not guilty. I told them that it was his PTSD, his mental health, and that he shouldn't get a ticket and I should get a ticket. And I took that ticket.
Gaffney, let me just stop you there. Because if both of you were in a fight, whether or not it was a PTSD, I don't know what he did to you, but what was your response to him?
My response?
Yeah, what did he do to you that it turned into a fight?
Oh, he punched me in the side of the ribs. I backed up. He kept saying what happened was he kept walking up to me and getting really close saying, do something, do something. And I backed up to the cell door and I couldn't back up anymore. And I told him, I said, so listen, Penny, stop.
And so when he punched you in your ribs, what did you do?
I pushed him back, pushed him off me, and I tried to grab him and headlock him and held him. And I actually got him in a headlock and held him. And he had pulled out of the headlock. And then after that, he hit me 3 or 4 more times in the face, and I was out of it. And then he had started pounding on the door and said, get the CO, get the CO. Get me out of here before I kill him, was his words. So he not only got a fighting ticket, he got a threatening ticket. And then I had to stay in the cell, and they took him, and I stayed behind, and then they came and got me. And that's when I told him that it's his mental health. It's PTSD. He shouldn't have a ticket, and I shouldn't have one. And so all I did was the best to defend myself. I never swung on him, and I wrote it in my statement. You know, if I'd known this was coming, I would have shown you the statement. And also, this is the only ticket that second ticket that I took to habeas court. But the district attorney had said that there was no, what's the word? There's no liberty interest because they didn't take good time from me. And so I didn't have a recourse to give them the jurisdiction to, you know, have the ticket removed from my file. And so I withdrew the habeas because I went through this one time before and I went to court and fought it. And I thought I was winning, but Judge of Talon County said he didn't have jurisdiction because they didn't take any good time from me. And I'd like to add, coming back from the DR hearing, and I tried to FOI this, the officer, Mrs. Throwbridge, was telling me that's messed up what they did to you. And I asked her, what was that? She goes, well, you're the guy that, I'm trying not to say his name, the one I got in the fight with, had signed a statement the next day saying that it was his PTSD and that All he did was he made me defend myself, and it wasn't my fault what I did. It was his PTSD. And I brought that up, and I tried FOI and get it, and they wouldn't let me have that statement. And it wasn't a fight, and it wasn't, you know, and it wasn't him. It was his PTSD, and I'll say that in turn. He shouldn't have got a ticket either. He should have been
Okay,
let
but
go.
we're here to talk about you, and I understand that you're saying that you defended yourself. They didn't remove the ticket, but they didn't take any good time from you.
Right.
So you went on to complete several programs. So you received some certifications, you received your GED, you received your food safety and your prosthodontic dental technician certification and your service dog certification.
Yes.
Okay. So you also talked about the programs that you completed, and I'll just go through the list quickly and you can tell me which had the most impact on you. You did Alternative to Violence, Basic and Advanced, Cage Your Age, Families in Crisis, and Society of Friends Christian Living, and then you did Voices and Choices.
Yes.
So which of those programs had the most significant impact on you and why?
Hospice had a real big impact. The American Vet Dogs program had a real big impact, but I have to say Voices did. Because Voices got, if I remember correctly, 18 classes to complete it. I think it was 18. And what they did was in these classes was each one would have you set up a case scenario of somebody's house getting robbed, somebody getting murdered, somebody getting beat up. And they kept going into it as, well, what would you feel or what would you do if that was your family member, your mother, your brother, or you? And as I kept taking these classes, right, and kept delving into it and writing my responses, you know, I always thought that I had this thing locked down inside of me on how to understand what I did. But I've learned through this class that, you know, how to see it through the victim's eyes. That's what it taught me. And I thought I knew how to see it, but I really didn't, because, you know, in there I learned that, you know, how do I say this? The victims, how do I say this?
Just say it.
I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'm having a strange one. That's true. Yeah, I am truth.
Yeah.
They
didn't have a choice. The victims didn't have a choice, right?
Right. Yeah, they didn't have a choice. But the victims, you know, it showed me that, you know, on the days they're not just hurt by it, but they're continually hurt. It doesn't end. You know, it's not over. And that, it really broke my heart to learn that. You know, like, you know, when they think, I was taught that when they think about their loved one that's gone, they not only think about like the days where, you know, they had good memories, but on the holidays, birthdays, Christmas, they're always reminded that they're not there. They're gone. And that broke my heart. I did that. And taking voices just showed me that the ripple effect of pain that I caused in the victims' lives are still coming to shore. And it impacted me real greatly. It's when I think about it, it still impacts me. So Voices was the biggest impact on me out of all the programs I've taken because it focused on what I had done for what I'm in here for. And I'm so sorry and ashamed for doing that. I really am. I'm so sorry to the victim's family. There's nothing I'm more ashamed of doing in my entire life than this. And Voices showed me that it's something that's never going to stop impacting them. And I'm so hurt for doing that. I feel so bad that I did that to them. I'm not really great at how to explain things and how I feel, but I try. I give it my best in everything I do. That's why I take the programs, because I didn't have a chance of taking these programs, thinking down the road I'm going to be able to use this for a hearing. It didn't exist. I took the programs so that I can hopefully help better myself and be a better person than I was, be better than the guy that did this crime. The kid that did this crime, he don't exist no more. The man that sits here before you today is a guy that wants to be better, wants to help people, wants to rescue dogs from the dog pound because they're unwanted. They're being left. They're gonna, if nobody gets them, they're gonna get euthanized. I have the training to do that. And I'd like to rescue them and make them adoptable when I get out. It's one of the things I want to help do to get back to the community when I get out.
Yeah. So I also wanted to talk about the tools that you said you gained. And you talked about listening and how to deal with conflict.
Yes.
So can you tell me, if you were to have that same encounter with your roommate, and now that you've learned about, how to deal with conflict, what could you have done differently?
Wow. That's a good question, because my cellie would get quiet, very quiet when the PTSD times would come, right? And then he'd fixate on stuff. And he because he's a recon Marine, he's regimented. And we have stainless steel toilets in our cells. And he had that thing shine to a polish. I mean, you could see yourself off it. And when I came into the room, he had a problem with the toilet, marks on it, which is no big deal, you just wipe them off. And I had responded to him saying, listen, the toilet's mine too. I said, I'll use the toilet anytime I need to use the toilet. It's just as much as mine as it's yours. And that was a trigger to him. And I know the guy's trigger. I learned him as living with him because, you don't stand too close behind him. He gets fidgety. It triggers stuff. Or getting loud. Loud noises trigger him. And I got loud. My voice raised when I said that. When it raised, that's when he immediately shot up across the room and got in my face. And it had nothing to do with the toilet. It was his PTSD. And knowing what I know now in the conflict, I would have kept my voice at a lower tone. I said, okay, Vinny, I'll take care of this. I'll wipe this thing down. I got you, bro. De-escalate it. That's what I would have done in that situation in hindsight. But back then, and I feel bad because I wish I could do more for him. Because he's my friend.
So one of the other things that you said that you learned about, you said that your attitude is a choice that you make every day, and you can have a good or bad attitude.
Yes.
So can you give me an example of a situation where it could have been good or bad, but you chose good because that's what you said you learned?
Let me see. Okay, in here we get in line to go to chow, right? And there's a lot of people lined up for chow. And up front, they give juice, or you can get water, or milk, or you can get water. And a guy just last week stepped out to get water, and then he was standing there waiting to get his tray. And I stepped up and took the tray, and he thought I'd cut in front of him, right? And he got real mad and got loud. And when this happens, everybody stops and looks, you know. And in prison, there's a thing where you don't want to look weak, you know. You become a victim, and that's what I've learned over the years. And since then, my train of thinking has changed, you know. And when it was escalating with him to this point, right, I told him, listen to it, you know, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to come in front of you, right? I said, but you know, I was trying to get my food, and you're trying to get your food, and everybody's got to eat. I said, here, you can take this tray, you know. And I said, is there anything I can ever do for you? Just ask. You know, I'm here. I don't want to have any problems with you, right? So instead of getting a bad attitude and responding to him and saying, hey, listen, too bad. You know, you stepped out of line. You know, it's my turn now. I had offered him my tray, which was a positive response to that. And it just de-escalated the whole thing. I mean, so that's one of the ways I use having choice, because I've learned that not only that, but I mean, you could be in a bad mood, but how do you respond to things, attitude, you choose how you talk to people and respond to them. So I've learned to be able to stay on a positive side. You know, most of the time, sometimes I'm human. Sometimes, you know, you know, you fall a little bit, but I always do my best to stay positive.
Okay. So, you also talked about, your release plan. And you mentioned that you want to continue to keep your job.
Yes.
What job is that? And can you give me one or two sentences about that?
The job is boat works. I've been blessed with the warden and everybody granting it to me. I mean, it's an honor because it's a trust. They trust me because they take me out there every morning, drop me off at Rufaro, and pick me up at night. And
where is Boat Works located, and what are you doing there?
East Windsor, I believe, and it's full time. And I winterize boats. I'm a mechanic. And he said something to me because I had to go to an intense interview, which also very nerve-wracking for me. I get nervous in these situations, and because so much is on the line, you know, it's hard for me. And he said so. I said, my biggest concern is being able to keep this job after I'm out. He said, there's room for growth for you here. So he said, let me keep the job.
Okay. And then you said you would seek parole guidance and continue your faith by staying in church.
Yes.
But I also want to tell you that I read the letter from the deputy warden for the hospice work that you did. And earlier you talked about your American vet dog training program and that you want to follow through with that.
Yes.
So I have to say, Mr. Gaffney, that I think you have spent your 38 years wisely, and that you do have value to offer to others. And I read letters of support from your sister and your brother and a friend. And again, your nephew, because I think he's 36, but he has the same name as you. And the deputy warden. So they also are going to be there for support, despite the fact that you want to go to a halfway house, and I can understand that. So I want to thank you for answering my questions, and I want to wish you the best of luck going forward, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Pohl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Gaffney.
Good afternoon.
So there's two programs that I'm really interested in that you've already spoke about, but you know, when somebody takes a life and it's like a stabbing is a deliberate thing. It's not like sometimes a gunshot isn't so deliberate. But a stabbing is, you know. It's like I look for change, right? I look for what you're doing to change. And there's two programs that you were involved in for me that signify the change that needs to occur. One was the hospice program, and one was the vet dog program.
Yes.
Can you talk to me just a little bit more about what happened for you? How your psychology changed through taking and being involved with those two programs?
Over the hospice, I learned the value of life. I've learned what dignity means, you know. It gave me a place, how do I say this? It gave me a place to give love back where I thought I was so broken from what I did that you know, nobody's gonna want me to show them the kindness that, you know, and the love and trust me to take care of someone. That the hospice program, I don't know how to explain it. It was an honor to do and still do. What it did for me was show me that I'm still human. You know, I can't explain what I did. It's done to me inside as a kid. You know, but as a man, I took hospice hoping that it would help mend me, maybe help me be a better person, help me to want to help people, and it did. You know, hospice wasn't a job. I mean, I worked 7 days a week in a kitchen for 10 years. That's a hard job. And I did the hospice volunteering on top of that. And I would work all day just looking forward and thinking about my patient down there, especially the one Johnny Connor I was talking about. I mean, that guy broke my heart open and made me understand that I have something to give. You know, something that's worth giving. You know, when we go to the vet dog program, that's a whole nother level. I mean, talk about self-sacrifice. I mean, I get a puppy, beautiful little puppy given to me, and his life, I'm responsible for. You know, I mean, who does that to me? Nobody. And then I raise him and I teach him 58 commands. And the hardest part about it was, you know, when the dogs, you know, we get the dog at 2.5 months old, 2.5 months old. Now when he turns 14, 16 months old, I have to give him away. I have to give the dog He has to go to this next level of training. And that hurt. And I learned what self-sacrifice is. I also learned that with a dog, you know, there's two ways you can teach a dog. One is to manage his behavior, and one is to teach him and correct the bad behavior. And it's not necessarily bad, but these are not pets we're taught. So if they're not doing what you're trying to teach them, then it's, in essence, it's not bad, but it's, you know, it's not what you want. So bad behaviors are maybe the wrong word. But if, for instance, when I got Jace for a puppy, I'd have a trash can on the ground in the cell, and he would get into it. And I'm like, no. So I can do two things. One, I can manage it, which is good, it works. Take the trash off the floor and put it up on top of the counter so he can't get into it no more. Or two, teach him how to not, teach him that it's wrong to get into the trash. And I learned that as I was trying to teach these dogs, and they're not getting it, that it's not their fault they're not getting it, because we're trying to teach them how to navigate a human world, not a dog's world. And that, what am I doing wrong in teaching them? Why isn't he getting it? Because obviously I'm not doing something right. So I learned that when I'm doing something and it's wrong, or if I don't like what's happening, what am I doing wrong in a situation? Let me examine myself and see what I'm doing wrong to correct my behavior to get the right results out of it. And that can apply to everything in my life, you know. So I learned that in training the dogs. And many other things.
How'd you feel about those dogs? How many dogs did you have?
5.
How'd you feel about those dogs?
I loved them. I fell in love with each and every one of them. And you know, one of them went on to be Homeland Security, you know, bomb sniffer. One of them wasn't sound, which, you know, is a good thing for a dog, because then he gets adopted and he's a highly trained pet. So he gets to go live a really good life of leisure, you know. And when I say sound, it doesn't mean there's something wrong with the dog. He just didn't meet the high standards of being a service dog to get to a disabled veteran or PTSD, you know. So
that's an important thing to understand. How you love something.
Yes.
Right.
And yeah, to love him, to take care of him, be responsible for him, feed him, protect him. I mean, you know, I remember one time I'm taking Jace again. See, Jace was a bit of a wild child. So I can relate to him, you know. And I'm going up to the med line to get my bulk medication. So it's in the beginning stages of where I'm allowed to take him out. He's got to pass a 6-month test. And once he passes a 6-month test, you're allowed, you take him to the chow hall, the acclimated chow, put him on an elevator. So I take him up to the med line, and you got to watch them at all times, right? And I don't know how parents do it. I mean, because having this, just a dog alone takes all your attention. And I look down, and all of a sudden he scoops something off the floor. And so I immediately dropped it. He said, I got to grab it, and I pull it out of his mouth. And it's a pill. And man, did that really make me feel shocked. I mean, I was like, oh no, he could have ate this. It could have hurt him or killed him. And I felt really bad. And I went and turned the pill in and realized, you know, there's a lot more than just walking the dog around. His life is in your hands. You know, I need to protect him more, watch more. You know, I learned that.
The point is, for me, that you come to take care of something and love,
yes,
and then it's a matter of giving it away to something for higher purpose.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's what you learn. That's what you learn as part of that program.
Yes,
Those two programs are really important to me.
Yes.
So I appreciate everything that you've talked about in the hearing. what you've done since you've been in. So I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. So, Mr. Gaffney, I have two quick questions.
Yes.
One is, I was actually on your co-defendant's 1584 hearing. Did you ever see him while you have been incarcerated?
Yes, I saw him. Let's see. At when we got sentenced, we were separated in the county jail, right? Because had I gone to trial, he was going to testify, right?
Mm-hmm.
And but when we got sentenced, we were brought up on we call them ice cream trucks, the county jail trucks. We were brought all the way up to Summer State Prison, got out, brought to the AP room, processed, and then put in the same cell upstairs.
How was that interaction?
The interaction was bittersweet, but we hugged it out. You know,
and did you see him? So after the sentencing, did you see him any other time after that? Because you both got 60 years, right?
Yeah, we both got 60 years. Yes, he had the right to argue for 40 years, but I think it was after the judge learned about the polygraph and stuff. What my lawyer said, he said at sentencing, you're both equally responsible, and gave him 60 years.
Yeah.
And
but he's already finished his sentence because he's already out. He was out in the community, and you know he's doing very well. By the way,
good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Good.
The second thing is, why are you married?
I was married. I just don't have the heart to throw the wedding. I was just telling my lawyer, I don't have the heart to throw the wedding band away. She don't
throw it away. Why put it in your pocket? Why are you still wearing it?
Well, in here I can't put it somewhere because it's in here. So I wear it, and I've been asked, why are you still wearing it? Well, there's love in it. I had
Yeah, no, I just thought it was. I don't want you holding on to, you know. I'm hoping that you can start afresh because that's over. That's over and done with. I'm sure she's moved on, and and I want to tell you that when I was on your co-defendant's case, this was one of the cases that really stuck with me because if my memory is accurate, this young lady was either going to work or coming home from work when you guys approached her car. And then the other thing that stuck out to me was that she was still alive when you drove away the first time, but you guys turned back because you saw her moving or something and kind of finished the job. So it's one of the cases that really did stick out to me in terms of how this all played out. But I do understand that you both were extremely young. And at his hearing as well, the victim's family did speak and they suffered a tremendous loss. So I know that you probably haven't heard anything from them since your sentencing, but we do have their input here today. And I just want you to brace yourself because if my memory is correct, and sometimes it's not, listen, I'm older, so I could be off, but they've suffered tremendously. So just brace yourself. And I'm done with my questions. So I am going to turn it over to the victim's advocate now for their input. Thank you for answering our questions, Mr. Gaffney.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Williams.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a statement from the sister of the victim, and then I will be connecting with the daughter of the victim, who will also address the board today. Dear members of the board, I am writing to express my profound concern regarding the potential parole of Francis Gaffney, who was convicted of the horrific kidnapping and murder of my sister, Dorothy Bohuniak, 38 years ago. The pain of losing my only sibling continues to reverberate through our family, and I feel compelled to share our story as you consider his parole. Dorothy was a bright light in our lives and a loving mother of 5. She was known for her kindness, laughter, and unwavering spirit. a dedicated employee at Duracell, she was kidnapped and brutally murdered on her way to work that fateful day, suffering multiple savage stab wounds. Our family endured an unimaginable anguish after her sudden disappearance went unexplained. When she didn't show up for my nephew's high school graduation, we grew increasingly anxious, fearing the worst. Unbeknownst to us, she had been brutally murdered. Her identity, initially unknown to authorities, as her purse was discarded in one nearby town, her car set ablaze in another, and she was slaughtered in yet another town, all making proper identification near impossible. The delay in identifying her body prevented us from finding out the truth sooner, prolonging the torment of not knowing where she was or why she had missed one of the most important moments of her son's life. The details of her death, a senseless act of violence, haunt us to this day. It was not just a crime against her, it was an act that shattered our family and forever altered the course of our lives. The impact of Dorothy's loss is immeasurable. Holidays are tinged with sadness, birthdays serve as painful reminders of her absence, and milestones are shadowed by the grief we carry. Each member of our family has had to navigate this unthinkable tragedy, grappling with our loss while striving to honor her memory. We often wonder about the life she could have lived, the joys she would have shared, and the future that was stolen from her. While I acknowledge that rehabilitation is an important aspect of the justice system, I urge you to reflect on the brutality of Francis Gaffney's actions. Considering the nature of the crime, a murderer like Mr. Gaffney should be denied parole. His disregard for human life shown in this horrific murder demonstrates an extreme threat to public safety and a lack of reintegration. Granting parole would not only jeopardize the security of the community, but would also deny justice to our family, undermining the profound loss and trauma we have endured. Parole in this case would fail to acknowledge the severity of the offense and the irreplaceable impact on the lives left shattered. It is essential to consider the lasting consequences of his crime on those who loved Dorothy. We seek not vengeance, but justice, a commitment to ensuring that no other family has to endure the heartache that we have faced. I implore you to consider the wishes of those who love Dorothy and to keep her memory alive by denying parole to her killer. Thank you for your time and consideration. I hope you will weigh the gravity of this situation with the compassion it deserves. Sincerely, sister of the victim. And one moment while I contact the daughter of the victim who would like to address you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may begin with your statement.
Good afternoon, board. I'm asking you not to allow this monster out of his cage. Hold on. Oh. My name is Elizabeth Bohuniak Van Gordon. I am the daughter of Dorothy Jean Bohuniak. She was 42 years young a wife, a mother of 5. She was a very hard worker. She was on her way to work on that day back in 1986. I'm not going to go into details of what happened to her because it's still very hard for me to talk about. And you have all the information in front of you. What I remember of my mom was she was a very beautiful young lady. They say I look like her and act like her too. She had a smile that could light up the darkest of rooms. She liked everyone that she met, and everyone who met her liked her too. She was always happy. She was an amazing cook. She just loved her job at Duracell Battery. She just got the supervising position. She was so happy. She was always so much fun to be around. I didn't get much time with her because of her work schedule and because of those monsters took her from me. I was asked to describe how all this has affected our family's lives. On June 21st, 1986 was and always will be a day that totally ruined our whole family's life. On that day, June 21st, 86, it was supposed to be a very happy day for our family. My brother Sammy was to graduate high school with his classmates. My mom was over the moon with joy. Sammy was a mama's boy, but that never came. She never came home from work. We got a knock on the door instead, telling us that they found her body. So Richie and my dad had to go to Bridgeport to identify her body. They kept a lot of details from us, Sammy and myself, because we were so young. But with people talking over the years, the details were revealed. My brother Davey, what I remember of Davey, he was a lot older than me. He was a bass player in a band that played at weddings and dances. I remember my mom ironing his shirts with all the ruffles on the front of it. And I would sit and watch her, and we would laugh about things. After my mom's death, he moved to New York, one to further his career in music, and also to try to get away from horrific memories of the way they took her from us. After a while, I guess he couldn't take it at life anymore, so in 1997, he took his own life. And again, my brother Richie and my dad had to identify another family member's body.
What?
My brother Richie was also so happy. He always had the biggest smiles on his face, loved playing soccer. Always the life of the party, always fun to be around, until that awful day on June 86 when I saw the light in his eyes go dark. I always remembered him with a drink in his hands, trying to be happy. But deep down inside, after identifying your mom and your big brother's bodies, I guess the only way he could smile was to have a drink in his hands. So with drinking so much, it turned into cancer of the liver, and he lost his life in March of 2010. Growing up with my brother Robbie was always so much fun. He always protected me from my other brothers. I was the youngest and the only girl. My mom got to see Robbie get married in March of 1986. We have some beautiful pictures of her. She was so very happy. She was so very happy for the two of them. She looked so pretty in her pink dress with flowers on it. Who would think that we would have to bury her in it 2 months later? I can't really talk about how this has affected Robbie because when I do get to see him, we don't talk much about mommy. It's still very fresh in our thoughts, in our hearts. We just talk about life, how life is going. Sammy was definitely a mama's boy. He did everything together growing up. Sammy was into sports in high school. And my mom made every track meet and every football game, home or away. She was so very proud of him. she would be in the stands yelling, "That's my boy." Number 57, Sammy would introduce my mom to all his friends. They also called her mom. Sammy was very excited to graduate high school and to see mommy in the stands with the biggest smile on her face. But that day never came. Instead, we got a knock on the door telling us that our mom was not coming home. They took that very special day away from my brother. To this day, Sammy has not visited my mom's grave. It is still very hard after 38 years to even talk to her, to talk about her. We do talk about the happy memories that we have. We just don't talk about that day. Did I mention that Sammy went to school with these two monsters? Now it's my turn to tell you how it has affected me. I was only 16 years old when I lost my mom. Who knew how much time we were going to have left together? At 16, who wants to hang out with their mom? On the weekends, you wanted to be with your friends. She always made delicious Sunday dinners, though. She would always make me a special plate because she knew I didn't like peas or onions. And the rules at the table were you needed to finish what's on your plate or you couldn't go outside or watch TV. As the only girl, I never thought to have those talks with my mom about boys or anything else. So when I found out about my mom, I went a little off the deep end, drinking very heavily and not caring about anything. And I ended up getting pregnant at the age of 17. I almost died from the complications of being pregnant. It was very hard on my dad, not so much about me being pregnant, but me almost dying. They gave birth to a little boy, 4 pounds, 5 ounces, named Philip, on October 22nd, 1987. Philip was a happy distraction in our lives. They finally caught the monsters after a year. As the trials were going on, and again, my dad didn't want me to involved with it. All he told me about the trial was they got 60 years to life with no chance of parole. A few years later, I gave birth to another son named Matthew on June 21st, 1994. Yes, that is the day that my mom was killed on. Instead of us always thinking of that day as being an awful day, we were blessed to think of it as a day of happiness. And in my heart, I will always know that day is, but the angels wanted me to have happier thoughts of that day. The hardest days for me are her birthdays, which was April 16th, Mother's Day, seeing all the daughters and hanging with their moms. I never got that chance, and neither did she. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think of my mom. Every day is hard for me. I tried to cover the pain with drinking and drug use for more than 20 plus years of my life. Then I realized that I was just covering up the pain that they caused me. So about 15 years ago, I put down the bottle and threw away the drugs. I went to see my mom at her gravesite and had a very hard cry and told myself that I can do this. I was doing good with everything up until 2017. I received a letter from Victim Services stating that Tubin wanted an early parole. And we had to go to the jail and hear for the first time the horrific details. I had to hear for the first time the horrific details of how they brutally murdered my mom. I had to hear for the first time what they did to her. I have not been able to get the images out of my thoughts since that day. After that day, I went into a deep depression. I'm trying to live a happy life, but when you go through so much pain, and then you have to relive everything all over again, Then 3 years later, you let the monster out of jail because of his age at the time of the brutal murder. He was 17 3/4. I go to work and come home. I don't like to go out anywhere because I'm afraid that I'm going to run into him. And I just found out last week that he's living in Waterbury, so definitely don't like going out anymore. And now I received a second letter stating that Gaffney wants an early release. My understanding was 60 years with no chance of parole. That's not even half of his time. He doesn't deserve a hearing. He deserves to rot in jail. My mom didn't deserve what you monsters did to her, only because she was at the wrong place at the wrong time. She was just going to work. We missed out on 38 years with her. You deserve nothing but to rot in jail, you monster. Please don't allow for the early release of this monster. He has destroyed so many lives. My mom also missed out on watching her 6 grandchildren being born and growing to absolutely beautiful children, to adults, to having their own children, 6 grandchildren, 3 great-grandchildren. Please don't allow him out. Our family can't deal with this as it is. Lisa, I'm all done.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you. At this time, attorneys will be afforded the opportunity to make a statement. We will begin the state's attorney. Michelle, any comments or statements you'd like to make?
Yes, members of the board, my name is Jonathan Formicella. I'm a Deputy Assistant State's Attorney for the Judicial District of Bridgeport at 1061 Main Street in Bridgeport. My juris number is 444343. I was going to begin with a recitation of the facts of what happened to the victim in this case. However, the words of the victim's sister and victim's daughter pale in comparison to anything I could say about the heinous nature of this crime and the senseless nature of this crime of a young mother being stabbed to death, and not all at once, but then someone returning to finish the job. The facts in this case are despicable. And I would ask the court to consider, the board to consider the heinous nature of this crime in making its decision. There were a couple things that I asked the board to consider based upon the DIS that was provided to my office and was provided to the board. Number one was I found that in a certain point of view that Mr. Gaffney was separating himself from culpability regarding this crime, or at least in the view of the author of the DIS. That he focused on his co-defendant initiating the stabbing, that he also filed multiple habeas petitions and other ways of challenging his sentence, not just DOC tickets, but his sentence and the crimes in which he was convicted, in order to avoid taking responsibility for what he had done. Ultimately, those habeas cases were dismissed. However, Mr. Gaffney did pursue those to remove the conviction of the crime that he committed. I would also ask this board to consider that at the time that he pled guilty under the Alford Doctrine. It was not a straight not guilty plea. I would ask this board to also consider that just about four years ago, he was involved in a fight with his cellmate. Mr. Gaffney did explain the circumstances regarding that fight and how he has subsequently learned to manage personal relationships in a different way, but this was only 4 years ago. I would ask this board to consider Mr. Gaffney's plans regarding substance abuse treatment. Mr. Gaffney, at the time his pre-sentence investigation was done, the individual that prepared the report found that he had serious substance abuse problems at the time of the offense. I would suggest that initially in the information he disclosed under the DIS, that his plan was insufficient to manage potential substance abuse issues when he re-enters the community. He did today say that he would go to NA and AA meetings if that were to be determined by the board. However, I would say that that is insufficient insight into the illness that is addiction, and that Mr. Gaffney should have engaged in the tier programs during his period of incarceration in addressing serious substance abuse issues. I appreciate that Mr. Gaffney believes that he has any potential substance abuse issues under control and that he's got this in his words. However, substance abuse is a very serious problem. I believe that is insufficient. His understanding into substance abuse is insufficient at this time. I do believe that Mr. Gaffney has done tremendous work working with hospice patients as well as in the vet dog program. He should be proud of himself for that work that he's done. However, at this time, the Office of the State's Attorney would oppose his immediate release. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Attorney Hoffler, if you have any remarks or statements you would like to make, you may do so now.
The board knows me for a number of years. 20 years I've been a practicing attorney. I never had a more heartfelt hearing than the one we're having today. Over the last 8 months, I've been able to meet this man, and in 20 years, I feel that he's one of the most remorseful people I've ever met. Not only was he remorseful, I don't believe he really had an intention of getting out. Sometimes you meet clients and they're pre-orchestrated in how they want to manipulate the system and figure out how to get out. And you sense that immediately with a client. We've had several meetings, and the only thing that I can tell you is that we have been stuck in a place of remorse. And most of our conversations have been about that. Most of our conversations have been about how he struggles with the shame of what he's done. Most of our conversations have been about him waking up in the morning, reliving this incident of shame every day of his life. He's been reluctant to talk about the future because he really didn't feel that he had one. I realize the victim's words were more than heartfelt. Any human being would understand the pain that she's in, and we want to recognize that. But the Miller Graham parole hearing mission is to look at individuals who committed these crimes at a young age and probably didn't have the maturity or understanding to understand the consequences of their behavior, and that maybe the cases should be reviewed. Mr. Gaffney's not asking this board to immediately release him. He's willing to follow any conditions or that the board has in granting him a parole. I don't think that he's orchestrated anything here today. If anything, he's been nervous. He's been forthcoming. But I was here an hour early, and most of our conversations was about the collateral damage that he's caused. We didn't really realize the impact of that collateral damage until after we heard from the victim. But he's been thinking about the collateral damages, and the mere fact that this was brought to his attention today, the impact that not only had on the victim, but on the victim's family, has put him in grief also. And definitely not comparing him to the victim, but his nightmare of what he caused has come to life today. He's also talked, and we've also talked about the fact that the incarceration is one punishment, but the mental anguish of what a human being could do to another is another punishment. He doesn't get to escape that. I think today he was overwhelmed, full of anxiety and fear. But I think out of all the inmates that I've ever met, he really brings a genuineness to remorse, grief, and rehabilitation. How the board decides to choose, I believe Mr. Gaffney is man enough to accept. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Hoffler and Attorney Formicella, for your statements. We also appreciate the input from the victims. You know, this case is very difficult. Unlike the other two cases we've heard this morning, this man has not received the commutation. So he served 38 years of his sentence of the 60 years that he's received, with the intention of serving that entire sentence until this new law arise. So we have to take into consideration, as I've been saying all day, what the law challenges us to review, and that would be his risk. And according to our assessment, he's a moderate risk. His behavior in the facility, and according to my documents, he's received a number of disciplinary infractions. However, there was 15 years between one and his last one. And his rehabilitation, and our thoughts in terms of how Mr. Gaffney will remain in the community and be a contributing, law-abiding citizen without committing any further crimes. So we have to take into account his age, the injury and impact to the victim, which we know will never change. The nature and the circumstance of this offense cannot change as well. So we have to take the work that Mr. Gaffney has done thus far into consideration and weigh them against everything that we've heard here today. So we will start our deliberation process with Ms. Chance.
You know, I read the entire case of his co-defendant before I read anything. And then I had to wait before I started on Mr. Gaffney's case, because I wanted to put the co-defendant aside. But as you know, the first question, one of the first questions that I asked is, the co-defendant was blaming Mr. Gaffney, and Mr. Gaffney said it was the co-defendant. But when he talked about the person, he was driving the car, Mr. Gaffney, and his co-defendant. So I'm assuming that the co-defendant did the stabbing, the first stabbing, and when they backed up the car and went back, he did the secondary stabbing. One of the things that I've read through every document that I did is Mr. Gaffney struggled for years in how to apologize to the victim's family, how to say he was sorry, and how ashamed he was of what he did. I also read when he started the programs, he had no clue that he was ever going to get out. And I looked at what he said is that the only way that he could show remorse and honor the victim's family is to live what's left of his life to help others. And he was doing that by volunteering to do the hospice program and the vet dog program. So I sensed, that after, and I believe that started after the age of maybe 33, I think, was when he had a lot of life-changing events. He wrote a letter, a statement to the parole board, and in it, he outlined all the things that he has done since he's been incarcerated, and the things that he has done that has made a very significant impact in his life. One of the things he said is he learned the value of life. And I think that was quite evident today when he heard the testimony from the victim's daughter and the victim's sister. Yeah. So he realized that once he knew what the value of life meant, he knew what dignity means. And that kind of helped him to mend himself. One of the other examples that he talked about was having someone else's life dependent on him and in his hands. And that's how he described the 5 dogs that were given to him to train. He felt that their lives were in his hands, and it was up to him to ensure that they lived and that they're able to serve others. And that was the other way he felt that he could make what he did. It's another way that he could make things right. So, for each of the things that he did during his incarceration, the certificates that he gained, the dental technician certificate where he was able to assist in helping others obtain their prosthesis during incarceration. That he alluded that he was a kitchen for 10 years and that he was able to, maintain inventory and that it was not an easy place to work, but that it was a very humbling experience for him. And the Voices program really hit home for him. And I think no matter what you learn in the Voices program, you will not realize the true impact until you have learned or gained insights into the effect on the victim's family, which Mr. Gaffney did today. I did hear the input from the state's attorney today. And, he gave his reasons for why he does not feel that Mr. Gaffney should be granted parole today. And he said Mr. Gaffney separated himself from the co-defendant and filed all the habeas and pled guilty under the Alpha Doctrine. But again, I think he did that probably at a lot younger age than he is today. In terms of his substance abuse, he did some acknowledgement there, but did not take a tier program. He did indicate that at the time of the offense that he was, he had a problem with alcohol and LSD. So I think after 38 years, and I looked at the tickets, I think perhaps one ticket back in 1993 was related to substance abuse, but none since. So I listened to his attorney today, Attorney Hoffler, and he talked about his conversations with Mr. Gaffney, and that he feels strongly that the programs that he has taken has made him a better person, and he did the programs not to get out of prison, but to try and improve the quality of his life by giving back to others. And I'm still here thinking about the impact to these children of the victims. And I am absolutely and truly, I cannot know what they're feeling and what they're going through. But overall, in looking at the 23-169, which we are required to look at, we have to look at the risk assessment, the age at the time of the offense, how he has lived his life in the last 38 years, what he has done to demonstrate that he's a changed person, his rehabilitation through the programs, and what he has given back to others, and his intentions for how to continue his life once he goes back in the community. This is a very sad and serious case. Take all of that into consideration. And my decision lies with the 23-1-69 reasons for having the hearing today. And having said all of that, I would be in favor of Mr. Gaffney's release.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Pohl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's no doubt that the family lives has been affected. More than I think any of us can conceive. Certainly, you know, my thoughts and concern goes out to the family. And I heard the state's attorney, and I heard the family. And it's unfortunate for me that when the decision's made to give out sentences, that it does not include a period of supervision followed. That in itself, in my opinion, is dangerous to public safety.
Yeah.
Don't know why it continues to occur. So Mr. Gaffney has done a great deal of work. Mr. Gaffney is not the same person that he was when he came in. He has participated in programming that absolutely changes a person or allows them to get in touch with what's going on with life itself. You know, and as far as 23-169 is concerned, you know, I believe that Mr. Gaffney has met what the intention was there, right? So the thing here is that if we don't grant parole, that means Mr. Gaffney goes to the end of his sentence and goes out into the community without any supervision whatsoever. So that means that he's been in prison at that point some 42 years, does not have the connection with a parole officer. The last time Mr. Gaffney stepped in the community was 1986. What is in the interest of public safety is that Mr. Gaffney get supervision, that he's allowed to, you know, reacclimate himself with supervision. You know, so that when he is released, which is, you know, and I appreciate the victim saying that somebody told her that he's going to do 60 days or 60 years, all of it. And that's just not the case, because when Mr. Gaffney was sentenced, there was good time that was attributed to a murder offense. So my estimation, he has almost 14 years worth of good time that came off of his sentence because of his behavior while he's been incarcerated. So it's not a 6-year sentence that that he's going to do every day for day, like what happens today. You know, for me, it's like not only does he need 23-169, but I believe it's, you know, it's in the best interest of public safety that Mr. Gaffney have the support and supervision of parole and community services as he's released. So for that reason, I would support his parole.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. So you know, in listening to what both of you have said, unfortunately, victims are told frequently that this is what the person's going to serve, and sometimes that can be very misleading due to changes in law and different things that are applied in prison. I remember the victim's daughter speaking at the co-defendant's prior hearing. I was on his denial, and I believe I was on his rehear. Some of the things that she shared today, she shared during that hearing. She's very emotional today. And I can understand how ripping the Band-Aid off just keeps adding to trauma over and over again. And my heart aches for the victims. And as I said when I was speaking to Mr. Gaffney, this case was a case that really stood out for me because it was so, I'm just like, I said she was either on her way to work or coming home from work. And I remember this vividly. So that does not take away from any of the things that he has done to better himself since he's been in the facility, nor does it take away any of the pain that the victims have suffered as a result of his actions, and he and his co-defendant. I do also agree that Mr. Gaffney would benefit from parole supervision. Again, we have these cases where he's serving a flat sentence, as Mr. Pohl said, but even if we were to deny Mr. Gaffney today and rehear him, we still have to wait the 2 years. And then the victim would have to come back and everybody, it's just no one wins. You know what I mean? In these cases. And at this point, I really do believe that Mr. Gaffney would benefit from parole supervision given his flat sentence. So I too would support his discretionary parole. And I heard the gasp when he heard that, one of the victims talking about her brother and the things that he's experienced. He hasn't been able to stop crying ever since. So I think that he understands the impact that his actions have had on the victims. And again, my condolences to them. So for conditions, he asked for a halfway house, which I do have. No victim, family, no co-defendant, and a mental health evaluation. Is there anything else?
The halfway house.
Anything else? So we're ready with our official decision. With regard to Francis Gaffney, 139379, I move that he be granted discretionary parole on or after today's date, November 4th, 2024, with the following conditions, in addition to the standard parole conditions. You are to have no contact with the deceased victim's family. I have the registered victim as EBV. You are to have no contact with your co-defendant. His name is David Toppin. You are to participate in a mental health evaluation and receive treatment as deemed necessary, and you'll be released to a halfway house per your request for residential placement. Did I say everything? Yeah. Is there a set? Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Gaffney, congratulations, sir. You've been voted to parole. Again, we thank everyone for their input and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
This is the 157.
Thank you.
I would. A moment.
Those are on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a reminder before the panel begins, we are connected to the live stream, so anything you say at the moment can be heard by the public.
Thank you.
Dated Monday, November 4th, 2024. So Public Act 23-169 here in Connecticut Board of Parties. The record, Mr. Mukhtaar, the state of Connecticut passed and made effective as of October 1st, 2023, Act 23-169. An act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed when an individual reached the age of 21 in criminal history records erasure. You fall under this act, and this means that you were under the age of 21, that the board shall give great weight to diminished probabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity that you've displayed while we are reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory and required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, I'm Panel Member Barry.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl.
Afternoon, Joy Chance.
Thank you. So this afternoon, we also have in attendance, Attorney Robert O'Brien. Attorney O'Brien, if you don't mind stating your name, juris number, and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert O'Brien. My juris number is 434115. And business address is the Law Office of Christopher Doobie at 59 Elm Street, 3rd floor in New Haven.
Thank you very much. Also present, we have Attorney Jonathan Formicella, Attorney Family. All right, Formicella, do you mind again stating your name, juris number, and business address for the record?
Sure. Jonathan Formicella, Deputy Assistant State's Attorney, Judicial District of Bridgeport, 1061 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut. I believe I gave my juris number. If I didn't, 444-343.
Thank you very much. Also present, we have the Office of Victim Services, Ms. Candace Williams. Mr. Mukhtaar, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
My name is Abdul Mukhtaar. My name is Abdul Mukhtaar, inmate number 245778.
Thank you. This is a public hearing in accordance to Chapter 14, Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 200, which applies to this procedure. If you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Mukhtaar, do you have any questions, and are you willing to proceed at this time?
I'm ready to proceed and read, if I'm allowed to read my statement.
Shortly, I will give you the go-ahead to do that, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So this Public Act 23-169 hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Abdol Mukhtaar, the number 245-778. Mr. Mukhtaar serving a sentence of 35 years flat with no probation to follow for murder and assault 3rd degree. There is victim input in this case. There's also an offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed and shows that he has completed the following programs, which includes Voices, Good Intentions, Bad Choices, the Pell Grant College Program, the Second Chance Education Alliance. He's also currently participating in the Yale Prison Education Initiative, and he also reported having completed alternatives to violence, both basic and advanced, the Layout Program, and Beyond Fear. He also currently maintains a job assignment. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offenders were all before in the RT falls within the moderate range risk for recidivism. Mr. Mukhtaar, this is not your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole. You may begin.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I'm going to start it like this. I'm forever saddened for what I've done and why I'm here. I know that my actions caused Terry Horgland to lose her life. All this pain and grief due to my actions have caused nothing but pain and grief to her family and mine. Her family will never be the same, and I know this. I live with the pain I have inflicted on so many, especially as I have gotten older. I would like to tell you my story of how I got here and why I want to be given an opportunity to truly prove myself. When my parents were sober, I had a decent childhood. Once they got active into their addiction, my life changed drastically. After experiencing physical and sexual abuse, my paternal grandmother stepped in and raised me from the age of 9 to 15. My grandmother ran a tight ship. She was the commander-in-chief who showed me love and taught me values, morals, and principles that I had lost sight of after she died when I was 15 years old. My upbringing was by family members who came from the streets. My family structure was based on drugs and gang culture. I got right into gang and drug life, and I didn't realize what this trajectory my life was going in. I had got caught up into the streets, yet I went to high school at Bullet Havens and then Harding High School, yet the pull of the streets and gang culture was very powerful. I had an uncle who introduced me into Islam, and Islam gave me a structure and discipline, and it gave me the courage to graduate high school and go into the Navy. I had got a medical discharge from the Navy due to my asthma. When I was back in Bridgeport, back around the same people, places, and things, I found myself caught up into that same drug and gang lifestyle. On February 14th, 1996, I gave someone a gun, and it was used to kill Terry Horgland. I was charged and convicted for it, and I take full responsibility for it. I was sentenced to 50 years in prison, and I was scared, lonely, and had to adjust to my new reality. Over the years, when I first started my sentence, I was angry, scared, and lacked a sense of purpose. As I got a little older, I started to mature, yet I kept finding myself feeling I had to prove myself to people due to my insecurity within myself. It wasn't until 11 years in, when my father died from cancer, when I realized I had screwed up and needed to change. Because I was ashamed of the last time he seen me, I was shackled in an orange jumpsuit saying goodbye to him on his deathbed. I didn't know how to cope with my father's death, and I lacked the skills. And yes, I played the victim. It wasn't until I found myself in SEG at 37 years old in Cheshire, CI, and I had to grow up, because I had to look at me and stop the blame game and take responsibility for all my actions of what I have done to my life and everyone else's life that I had affected. Those 30 days in SEG was my beginning journey into the man I am today. I was sent to MacDougall CI, and here I started my growth and maturity by first owning my nonsense I have done in my life, and I apologize to staff I have wronged, and thank staff who had tried to help me in any problem I had in the past. The first program that I took that really gave me my wake up to adulthood was the Way Out program. This program made me face that wounded little boy inside of me, who was scared, lonely, who had to deal with the childhood trauma from physical and sexual abuse, abandonment issues, to low self-esteem, and doing anything to be accepted. I had to realize, based on my bad decision making, I put me here. As I started to heal, I also was given an opportunity by a former unit manager to get into the college program, Second Chance Education Alliance. In this college program, the program director was a true blessing for me, because she told me and showed me how I have value and worth. With a college education, it can open up my mind as well as opportunities I never had imagined was possible. By 2022, several correctional staff members had recommended that I put in for a sentence commutation, and I did. When I filed for my commutation, I felt nervous because I had not ever received any positive results from any review of my sentence. When I was waiting to receive my commutation hearing, I had got accepted into the Yale Prison Education Initiative College program, where I am working on to obtain my associate degree in general studies. Once I received my sentence commutation, I felt guilty, because here I am I'm in here for someone's death. And I'm like, yo, come on, man. I felt crazy. So yes, I got my sentence commuted from 50 years to 35 years. Yes, someone is dead due to my actions. Since I've come back to MacDougall CI over the last 11 years, I've advocated for and helped older aging prisoners who are dying from cancer, cirrhosis of the liver, or AIDS. I do this because I think of my debt I owe to Terry's family for her death, and the debt I owe my father for not being there for him when he needed me. If given the opportunity to be free, my reentry plan is simple. I am affiliated with the Yale Prison Reentry Program, where they help get me a job at Yale New Haven Hospital, and they help me to continue my education. To get me my bachelor's degree in psychology, I'm also seeking to receive mental health treatment from DEMAS, Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, as well as any other mental health agencies that will provide me with mental health treatment. I have spent over half my life in prison for murder. I deal with guilt, shame, what I've done. I do have family support from my sister in upstate New York. However, I need to learn how to readjust to society, to deal with life on life's terms. And if granted parole, I need a parole officer I can communicate with, who will help me actually learn how to live for the first time in society as a grown man. I would like to spend time with my mother, who's in her 80s and whose health is declining rapidly, and also to build a relationship with my son, who's now 33 years old, and I've never spent time with. My biggest thing is I take full responsibility for my actions, and I can't never say sorry enough, and I can't never do enough, honestly and truthfully, because I think of what my grandmother raised me, how she taught me, and it bothers me as I've gotten older. I have grandchildren now, and I look at life on a whole different spectrum. The young man I was is not the man I am today. And I know that's no excuse, but I just feel like, honestly, I want to prove myself and show society and show people that I'm not that person. And I'm ashamed of what I did and what I was.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mukhtaar, for your opening statement. We appreciate your taking the time out to write your thoughts down. Much of what you shared with us, we did review in your file, and we appreciate your sharing it with the general public. We also appreciate the package that was sent by your attorney. We've reviewed your commutation file, all of your documents in connection with this offense at PSI. We've thoroughly reviewed your file, and we are very well versed in why you're here today and what you've accomplished since you've been in the facility. So what will happen is each of us will take an opportunity to ask you some questions. When we are done with our questions, we will turn the hearing over to our victims advocate, Ms. Williams, for victim input. Then the state's attorney will have an opportunity to speak. Then your attorney will have an opportunity to speak as well. And then we will deliberate, the panel. And then when we're done deliberating, we will give you our decision. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
We wish you the best of luck, sir. And I will begin with the questions. So first off, I know that you were sentenced as Kareem Brown. When did you change your name legally?
I was about 17. I was an emancipated adult, and I was into Islam. So I changed my name at that time. I want to say around 93.
And what does Abdul mean? I know that usually has a meaning. Does it?
Yeah, my whole name is Abdul Kareem Jamal Mukhtaar. They just shortened it for DOC, but Abdul Kareem means the servant of the most generous, Jamal meaning beautiful, and Mukhtaar means the chosen one who has a free will to choose.
Okay, wait, servant?
Servant. Abdul Kareem means servant of the most generous one.
Okay, generous one.
Jamal means beautiful.
Okay.
And Mukhtaar means the chosen one who has a free will to choose.
Okay. And I'm just curious to know why you chose that name.
At the time, I was so heavily in love with the Islamic faith, and I wanted to give myself a new beginning. So it's like Kareem just means the generous one, and only the Most High, the Creator, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, could be the most generous one. So as a man, you are the servant of the most generous one. Jamal was always my middle name, so that means beautiful in Arabic. And Mukhtaar is an attribute of one of the names of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him. And it means the chosen one. And I felt I was chosen to do something with my life. I just unfortunately made bad decisions after I walked away from Islam. But also what Mukhtaar means, the one who has a free will to choose. And I believe I always had a free will to choose. I had chose righteousness on one hand, and then I chose unrighteousness on the other afterwards when I regressed.
Well, we all have choice. That's what this is all about. The choices that we make, and we have to learn from those choices. So I hope that you live up to the meaning of your name. I heard you talk about in your opening statement that you want to rekindle relationships with your mother in particular and your son. So I thought that you didn't really have a relationship with your mom. When did you start talking to her again?
I've been corresponding with my mother for the last about 4 or 5 years, really heavily over the phone, and just, trying to address and heal old wounds. And, I had to learn how to forgive. You know what I mean? And I've forgiven. You know, I've learned to forgive, and I had to understand she has a story too. And when I got to understand her story and what she's been through in her life,
yeah,
it changed my outlook.
It does. It makes a difference, right? It
Yes,
does.
ma'am.
We look at our parents as if they're supposed to be perfect people, and in essence, no one's perfect, you know?
Exactly.
And I think, you know, we hold them to a higher standard, but they're just people just like we are. And I'm glad that you were able to give her that grace, because that's, you know, all she can do was the best that she could do at that time. And
Exactly.
I'm glad that you found it in your heart to forgive her. And hopefully, I know that the relationship you told the officer with your son is touch and go. So I hope that he extends the same grace that you've given him, and you're able to rekindle that and move forward positively. So I just want you to know, Mr. Mukhtaar, that we're not here to determine your guilt or innocence. Because according to the documents that we have reviewed, you know, everything says that you committed this offense. So we're not here to retry the case. We're not. That's not our job here today. You were found guilty by a jury of your peers, and so to us, that's what we're going based on. I just wanted to put that out there so that you don't think that, you know, I'm not going to argue that with you. I'm just saying that that's not what my job is here to do. I heard you accept responsibility in your opening statement for giving, for being in possession of the gun and giving it to someone who committed this crime. I'm curious to know, why do you think the victim's sister or whoever was in the car with the victim would say your name if it was not you?
Because the car was known to be owned by me. Okay. The person that when they used the car, that's why, because the car was supposed to be known to be used by me at that time.
Okay. And did you actually know this victim? Because they're saying that they knew who you were and you knew who they were.
Yes, ma'am. At that time, I was a low-level drug dealer. I was in the streets. I knew the victims. I knew everybody in the all the players in this game. Everybody knew everybody. We always traveled in that same circle. The only thing is that when the actual crime happened, to be honest with you, I wasn't there. But I can't lie, I did facilitate the crime. Okay. But I was not there.
And so you've been down now for what, 28 years?
Yes, ma'am. Almost 29 years. Yes, ma'am.
And in 28 years, you've received 15 disciplinary infractions. And the last disciplinary infraction that you received was in 2012, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I heard you, we just saw someone who had been down a little bit longer than you and had a few more disciplinary infractions than you. However, there were none that displayed violence. But I think that according to your opening statement, you explained to us that you came in, that you were you had a chip on your shoulder, so to speak. And because of the lifestyle that you had led, you know, your parents were heavily involved in addiction and you turned to the street. That's what you knew, right? And I'm assuming that trickled over into your behaviors in the facility until you said you finally grew up when you got that ticket at 37 years old and you were in SEG and you knew that you had to change. And that's when you started engaging in education. And I've read a number of letters that were submitted on your behalf talking about the good work that you've done with your education. And I hope that you continue in that, because it's my understanding that there are only a select few that get to participate in that program, the Yale Initiative, or the Second Chance Initiative through Yale. So I really do hope that you continue on that. I've read that you're 27 credits shy from getting your associates.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a good thing. You know, with education, it broadens your horizon. It opens a ton of doors, and it makes you more marketable. So what does that say? Knowledge is power?
Yes,
Now,
ma'am.
yeah. So it really does seem as if that's really where you've been headed. Ever since you got that light bulb, you know, I got to do better for myself. I want better for myself. It really does appear that that's what you've been trying to do. Do you mentor in the facility at all?
I do a lot more than just mentoring. I mentor younger brothers. I mentor older brothers that have been incarcerated. I take care of older brothers. I help them learn. I write. I teach them how to read. I teach them how to write. I litigate for them in terms of DOC issues, medical health issues, especially. You know, I do a lot. I interact with the staff. I mediate with inmates and staff. Sometimes staff have an issue with particular inmates, and I'll come in and I'll mediate the situation and try to get both parties to see what's what and come to a compromise and try to work things out. I definitely am someone who's real big on geriatric treatment in terms of, because so many men in here are dying of health issues. Yeah, and the lack of medical treatment or the lack of access to medical treatment or lack of access to mental health treatment. So I really push the issues in terms of through the departmental regulations, and even if I need to go outside to the courts to get these men adequate treatment that they need. And it's significant. And, you know, being a population is 58% African-American, 37% Latino, it's a whole different animal. And then with many of my Latin brothers, the language barrier comes into play a lot of times, and they need someone not to just translate or, you know, work with them, but it's a cultural barrier as well. So I have to navigate between culture and all of that with inmates and try to work things out so they can get what they need, and staff doesn't feel like they're doing something they shouldn't be doing or feel put out and feel respected at the same time. So that's what I do in here.
Well,
I interact.
Well, I appreciate that. Do they call it? Do you consider yourself a jailhouse lawyer? I know that's the terminology. I don't know, but
they call me all kinds of things: jailhouse lawyer, jailhouse advocate, legal aid, whatever. You know, whatever it is, the PC word to use.
Yeah, well, thanks for trying to help those people. So let's talk a little bit about what you believe your future is going to look like once you're released from that facility. I heard you talk about feeling guilty for getting your commutation, and I understand that. But apparently that panel believed that you were worthy and deserving. So now you're before us and you're asking for early release. What do you think you could say to the victim's family that will provide them some comfort with your being returned to the community?
First of all I could honestly say to the family is that I'm sorry from the depths of my soul for what I did. None of this should have never happened in the first place. It was based out of ego. It was based out of stupidity. It was based out of pride. It was just nonsense. It was street nonsense. You know, that ideology that we had growing up in the 80s and 90s of street life it was just foolishness. And as far as like, I owed them a debt that I could never repay, but whatever they would ask of me to do or could do, honestly, I would do, because she was somebody.
What if that's stay in prison?
Well, I would hope not, because I'm not serving nobody no justice in prison. I mean, I'm doing what I'm doing in here, but staying in prison. If that was the case, what would be the purpose of getting a commutation? What would be the purpose of any of these things? I mean, the state offered me 25 years initially for this case, for this crime, and I didn't take it, you know, and that was my stupidity. That was on me. But the family was cool with me taking 25 years, and it was an agreement of that. Had I took that 25 years, I would have been home in 2019. But unfortunately, you know, stupidity, arrogance, and all these things played a factor in me being where I'm at today. Now, me correcting my conduct, my behavior, my way of thinking, in my life, I changed a lot of that. And the family has nothing to fear from me or have to worry about anything from me, other than the fact that be a moral and upright citizen. And from here on out, Terry's life has to have a meaning, has a purpose. And whatever I can do and keep her memory alive, and knowing that this is what happens when young people, especially misguided young people, do stupid things, and you fall into this idiotic nonsense like what we hear these kids listening to in this rap music today, and feeds a culture and a behavior where people get killed for nothing. We live in a society today where children aren't even safe in the elementary school without somebody going in there murdering children with an assault rifle and blaming it on a video game. So, I mean, I'm not that person and never will be that person. But I am a person that I'm forever sorry for what I've done. And that family, I mean, I get it. I get it. Truly, I get it.
Right. We were just talking amongst ourselves today. If we were placed in a position where we had to forgive, or a person that took one of our loved ones, and what our positions would be, we weren't sure that we would be so forgiving or that we would be in favor of any type of release. So, but we do this kind of work and are always amazed by the strength that the victims' families have to come before us and even say that they're opposed, or sometimes they even say that they're in favor of release. And either way, participating in this kind of thing is courageous. So I appreciate what you shared, that nothing you could say would really provide them with any kind of comfort with your returning, but you would do everything that you possibly could to keep her memory alive and to prevent someone else from having to go through something very similar. So I appreciate that. So what my next question is going to be, the young men that come in there that have the gun charges and things like that, what do you say to them about their use of violence in the communities, or how do you deter them from further violence or recidivism?
Well, the first thing I do is try to get a personal understanding of who they are in their situation and where did that concept come from. Many of these young men coming from my same background, inner city, and they're influenced by gangs and drugs and all of that nonsense. And then I try to get their human aspect. Who are they? What did you do before you got into all of that? What was your family like? What do you like? And understand their story. Many of them are just like me, young brothers that got caught up in the peer pressure and that concept of what they thought they were doing was right, or, it's just, I really get them to understand and look at the human aspect. And I take it similar to what you just said and think about whether the victim is a man or a woman, young, old, if that was their family member, how do you really feel? And connect, because a lot of times when you're young, you're disengaged. You're not really engaged in what you actually did. You don't really or nobody even helps you understand the seriousness and the ramifications of what you've done. And if nobody is talking to you and helping you understand that, you won't be able to comprehend. And then when I get them to understand the human aspect, many of them, I start talking to them and showing them like, yo, listen, we can't cry over spilled milk. We can't change what we've done, but we can change what we do moving forward. And start to connect with them in the humanity of them and who they are and what they are, because we're not the person, or we're not the charge that we're convicted of. So I have to get them to understand that this isn't a lifestyle that you need to continue to live. But I also get them to show them to understand that, look around you, look where we at, look at the environment, and show them with older inmates especially, that's been here for 30, 40, almost 50 years. And many of them had came in when they were young. They didn't get the opportunities that you're getting right now. where you're getting access to a commutation or you're getting access to a juvenile parole, or even getting people to advocate, like myself, to advocate for you to even get a psychological evaluation prior to you getting a modification or a commutation or something. Because a lot of these young men, they don't understand the ramifications. They don't understand that this has been a system that was designed to put them here. Because based on FBI crime statistics, when you look at in Connecticut, the majority of the inmates that coming into prison are coming out of the New Haven, New Hallville section, the Fairhaven section, the Hartford North End and South End, the Bridgeport East End and East Side, the Waterbury Willow section.
Yeah,
so,
the big city.
right, and they're coming from the same communities. And many of these kids are coming out of these communities. So when you're looking at generation, we never seen that. We never understood that this was systematically designed. Not saying that it's right or wrong. It's just saying that it is what it is. So we have to speak to that. So when I get them young men to understand what's going on, show them that they have an obligation to themselves, to the victim's family, and to their own families. So I appeal to them to start looking at the humanity side and not take this as a joke or a game. Because when they get sentenced to 50, 60, 80, 100, 100 and something years, whether you see a parole in 30 years, you are definitely not going to be, hopefully, not the same person you was when you came in here.
Right. That's our expectation anyway. And you know, it's people like you who have been in the system who are able to talk to these young people, and they frequently they come and sit before us and they say, I have a person that was, you know, that spoke to me, that sat down, an OG, they'll call them, who really spoke life into them. So we appreciate the work that you're doing in these facilities, and we understand that it's a difficult system to navigate, but we appreciate the insight that you're providing to these younger people. Hopefully we can reduce the risk of recidivism by working collaboratively instead of against one another. One last question, Mr. Mukhtaar, if I'm saying it correctly. One of your letters of support says that you want to go and live with her. It's a female. I want to say
my sister.
Yeah,
My sister.
but you asked for a halfway house. Which one is it?
Well, I want to go to the halfway house. I was looking to be with my sister, but I feel honestly and truthfully, I need a halfway house, because to be thrust right out into family, I'm not ready for that. And I'm not gonna lie to you. I need to reacclimate into society in gradual steps.
Yeah.
To be around family right now, just to be thrown out after being incarcerated for the last 28 plus years. I don't know how to really, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know how to deal with all of that. It's overwhelming.
Yeah, no, it's a lot. It's going to be a lot. I'm here to tell you. I mean, you know how we used to have keys for cars now? You just press a button, these cars start up, the cars drive themselves, they park themselves. I mean, I can't afford that kind of stuff. That's for rich people, but there's technology is so far advanced right now, and navigating that will be an adjustment for you, because I understand that people do your laundry in there, that your food is brought to you, unless you work in the kitchen, you don't cook that, all of that stuff, paying a bill. Those will definitely be adjustments. And I'm glad that you're going to some place that will help you, that's structured in a way that will help you transition from the facility to the halfway house, from the halfway house back out into the community, being an independent person, able to work on yourself. So I appreciate all that you've done. I appreciate our conversation, and you've done a good job. And Mr. Mukhtaar, I would challenge you that even if you are not granted parole here today, that you continue being the person that you are, and that our decision does not stop you from being this light that you are in the facility or in the community. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Chance.
Mr. Mukhtaar, just a few comments. You talk about some of the work that you're doing there where, you're teaching older adults how to read and write, and that you're advocating for some of the treatment for older inmates. And you also talked about advocating for other Hispanic offenders. And I just thought that was so significant. I went back to looking at some of the things that you say you want to do. And one of the things that you said is that you have 27 credits that you need. You need 27 credits to get your associate degree. But ultimately, you want to work on a BA in psychology.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I want to say to you, when you talked about the communities where these crimes are committed, I would like to recommend a book for you to read. And then all these things that you just talked about will make even more sense to you. And the name of the book is When Work Disappears. And it is by Frank Smith.
When work disappears? By Frank Smith, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And yes. And, I appreciate that you want to not just end with the associate degree. But I think the BA in psychology and with the work that you did during your incarceration, which I think is very impressive. How many young men would pay attention to the older offenders who may never come out?
Right.
And you still felt the need to teach them how to read and write and how to advocate for treatment for them. So that speaks volumes to me that you have certainly made positive changes in your life.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I want to wish you the best of luck. And I have no questions. I just wanted to add on to what you have said.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Pohl?
No question.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. So we're done with our questions. Now we're going to turn the hearing over to our victims advocate, Mrs. Williams. Good afternoon, our last one. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We have finally arrived. The sister of the victim who would like to address the panel today. One moment.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may begin with your statement.
Do you want me to identify who I am or just remain as a victim?
You don't have to. You don't need to say your name on the record if you don't want to.
Okay, I am a Terry Horglad's sister. I am the victim's sister. I do not support parole being granted due to the fact that there was a call several years back on her anniversary date from a gentleman in Virginia that was incarcerated with the accused, trying to contact the family. That was kind of fearful, especially on the day that she was an anniversary. And we, as what family she does have left, are in fear of this man being released due to the fact it was also mentioned that he may have gotten her, but he wasn't done until he got the entire family. She has since lost a dad that she was very close to and was never able to attend his bedside as he was dying. She has also had several nieces and a nephew, great nieces and nephew, that she has never had a chance to be a part of their life. I realize that people do change, but this could have been avoided if the changes were made prior to his childhood being as rough as it was. Again, the family is in fear of this man being released, due also to the fact that, one, when he was sentenced, he had no remorse to the family at all. I believe being incarcerated is what brought him to justice to have some type of remorse. And the fact also that when the crime was committed, it was also stated by him that it was going to be committed. So in my eyes, that would have brought it to premeditated murder. And the fact that he did not comply and come forward to the crime and decided to book out of the state of Connecticut. Again, like I said, I realize people change, but I solemnly feel that the incarceration is what made him change, to be able to come in front of the parole board and prove his case that he needs to be released. It has caused a lot of trauma over the years. Reliving Valentine's Day every year has been a very hard thing for the family to do. Needless to say, not be able to celebrate it due to the fact that it was her life that was taken on that day. Also, the fact that when he was sentenced, his mom had the nerve to say to the family, how am I going to see my son? Well, you are able to see your son in jail. How are we able to see a sister, an aunt, a daughter, a great aunt at a graveside? There has been no remorse proven to the family until today. I do not support him being eligible for parole due to the fact I am scared that this could reoffend to a different family member. I am not at ease knowing that it's not going to. And again, she was taken premeditated murder. That is hard. It is hard. We cannot bring her back. She has missed out on a lot of stuff that she did not deserve to be taken to miss out on. She missed the fact that her father was dying and was not able to be there to support her dad. We had to tell my dad, it's okay, Dad. You can go, Dad. She's with you. She's in your mind. She's in your heart. We shouldn't have had to do it that way. We should have had her with us to support the fact of losing her dad. I realize in his statements he has lost family members, and my heart goes out to him as well.
Oh, yeah.
But the fact of taking a life, we're in fear. What family is left is in fear that this is going to happen to another family member. We are not confident that he's going to continue on the streets in the community to remain drug-free, out of trouble, not recommit another murder to somebody else. I got the phone call the day my sister was taken, stating that he was going to stab my sister or he was going to shoot my sister. I remember that clear as day. I think of it every day. I think of it every Valentine's Day. I do not want to see this man out. I am in fear. I have battled 2 different types of cancers, almost lost my life, that I could not have my sister by my side, that I was very, very close to and had raised at once upon a time. I'm sorry, but I cannot support this. It's heartbreaking to have to relive this all over again, 28 years plus more. My understanding, he was not to be eligible for parole. I realize he did it at a very young age. But if people aren't held accountable to the extent of their crime, chances are they're going to reoffend. And I'm hoping that it's not going to be another one of our family members. I have nothing else to add.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your statement.
Thank you. So at this time, each of the attorneys will be afforded an opportunity to make a statement. At this time, we'll begin with State's Attorney Reintegration. Do you have any comments or statements you'd like to make on the record?
Yes, sure. Yes, briefly. And good afternoon, members of the board. I just want to first say that the feelings of the victim should be considered by this board and the consideration of giving Mr. Mukhtaar early release from his current sentence, as well as the tremendous impact that his actions had upon them. What I will say is that the board of Pardons and Paroles did grant Mr. Mukhtaar a commutation which lowered his sentence from 50 years to 35 years, which will lead to his early release from his period of incarceration, and that it is the opinion of the Office of State's Attorney that Mr. Mukhtaar serve any period in which he should during that new 35-year sentence, and that no additional time be taken off. However, what I will say is that in my limited communications with Mr. Mukhtaar, while he had a habeas matter pending, he was nothing but pleasant. He was polite, and he did everything in his power to do what he believed was the right thing with regard to his case. I will say he has challenged his conviction in a number of different ways, but it is the opinion of the Office of State's Attorney that that he be held to the 35 years that represents his new sentence. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Attorney O'Brien, do you have any final remarks or statements you'd like to make? You may do so now.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to the board for the opportunity to present Mr. Mukhtaar's case today for why he should be paroled. And he should be. I think that Mr. Mukhtaar presents to this board one of the prime examples of why this type of parole exists in the first place. There is no way to bring back a person once they're gone. And although you have heard MacDougall, his sincere remorse and his acceptance of responsibility for what he did, there's no making up for what he did. Nobody knows this better than he does. And it's true, he didn't always know that. He grew up in prison. He came to realize that his life had to mean something, and that only he is the one who can give it meaning. And the packet that we've submitted and the answers you've heard from Abdul today, then you can see that transition occur, and it has occurred over time until Abdul has become the man that's sitting before you today. He began taking full advantage of the available programming. He worked, continues to work. He enrolled in classes and worked hard to get himself to where he is now, including attending, as the board knows, the very limited availability of the Yale program that he's in, and he's close to an associate's degree and working towards his bachelor's degree. In the interim, as part of all that work, not only has he forged a good relationship with staff, he's demonstrated dedication to assisting other inmates with their legal issues, personal issues, and their institutional issues, all while not having his own challenge to his own conviction pending, since shortly after his commutation was granted and he withdrew his habeas petition. There's nothing pending challenging his conviction right now. I think it's important to note this is obviously not a challenge to anything, and this is not the commutation either. Rather, this is a separate and unique process for people who have been in and who have committed offenses when they were children, or with the new amendments to laws, nothing more than children, really, which is where Mr. Mukhtaar falls. You can see his growth, I think you really see it best in almost every inmate, and Mr. Mukhtaar is no exception to that. You can see growth through the disciplinary history. His tickets started when he came to jail. He earned several in the years when he first came in. Now he started getting less, and then there were years between them, and then there was only one a year, and then there were more years between them until in 2012 he got his last ticket. He hasn't had anything since then. That's not just not breaking the rules. That's not putting himself in a situation where even there could be a misunderstanding about whether a rule was broken. That's truly remarkable. There's been no other tickets. There's no other crimes. Nothing. And not to dispute anything that victims' relatives have said that I'm sure have happened to them throughout this case. There's nothing in the records, and there's certainly nothing in Mr. Mukhtaar's records or the submissions that he sent in, which would correspond with any of the behavior alleged, particularly about any calls coming from Virginia or anything like that. Again, that certainly may have happened from someone else, but I think there's nothing in either institutional records and certainly nothing in the submissions before you that would in any way allow any correspondence between that and this man sitting before you right now. He has a clear plan for his release. He'll take full advantage of the resources provided to him through, I think, another mature decision, going to a halfway house as opposed to straight out into the community, knowing that he needs a period of readjustment and assistance that he can get that way. Planning to take full advantage of the Yale reentry program, to allow himself to get a job, to be able to save money and support himself while learning how to support himself for, as he said, the first time in his adult life. Also in your submissions, I think very important to read, and I'm sure you read them very carefully, was Dr. Meisler's original 2016 report and the 2024 amendment that we had offered. It's only a couple of weeks old itself. To describe a boy with a chaotic childhood led to a poor decision-making youth who has since become a man who's been able to make good choices, who's secured a strong support system and equipped himself with the tools of education and dedication program that he needs to be a contributing and safe member of society. And yet the first and last thing you've heard from me, that you heard from him, is about his remorse, as I think it is the manifestation of maturing. This is going to remain with him. Will remain with him, driving him to make his life mean something, driving him to remember to bring meaning and memory to the life of the victim as well. And that struggle and that search for meaning is going to occupy the rest of his life. But its meaning at this point can no longer be found in custody, where he has done just about everything he can to grow into the man that he is now. Best way for him to continue his growth in the world at large, and he's going to be released to in short order, where he can take advantage not only of what society can offer him, but where he can finally give back to society that he is ready to rejoin. So for those reasons, I had asked that the board find that Abdol is one of the best examples for why this process exists, that his continued incarceration is no longer necessary, and that he should be granted parole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Attorney O'Brien and Attorney Formicelli. And to the victim who has participated in this hearing today. So we will now enter into deliberation. And as I've said a few times today, we're going to take into account several factors. One, according to our risk assessment, his risk in the community, which our assessment shows that he's a moderate risk. His age, his rehabilitation, his behavior in the facility, how he has changed through his program participation, the input from the victim's office, and also the input from the state's attorney. So I am going to start with the deliberation process. And, you know, these cases are always very difficult in that they're emotional. Someone lost their life, and which is one of the reasons why I asked Mr. Mukhtaar what information could he offer this victim as you know, to show them that, you know, he's changed and that, or to comfort them, you know, in relation to this loss. And I remember when I listened to his commutation hearing, at first I said, this guy sounds like he, you know, has a chip, like he's edgy. And then as I listened further, I'm like, he's just really passionate about what it is that he's doing and just life in general. And that clearly came across here today. He's done a tremendous amount of work on himself. He, through his education, that he speaks so passionately about, he has so many goals set for himself. He demonstrated short-term goals. Well, he talked to us about his short-term goals and his long-term goals that he has set for himself in the package that we received. He talked about some of the things that he believes will be challenging when he's released out into the community, navigating life outside of the prison walls, how he has gone from being this young boy, 20 years old in prison, to growing up into now this 48-year-old man with so much to offer. I mean, teaching people how to read and write and how to advocate for themselves, and just being able to provide insight as to why he was behaving in the manner that he was and how much he's developed over this time, even when there was no exit in sight. You know, when he thought that he was serving 60 years, he was doing this on his own, out of his own will. I just think that it speaks volumes and to the person that he was opposed to the person that he has become today. I heard him talking about his mental health and how that's going to be a key factor as well, how he plans on getting counseling. I mean, even as his attorney said, you know, saying, I'm going to go to a halfway house. I want to be with my family, but I need to learn how to be out in the community first before I start being around people that love and support me. But he has a solid relapse, a solid release plan. I see education at the top of this list. He aspires to be a trauma specialist. He's taken a number of positive programs. And I think that at this point, that he would really be a benefit to other communities in Connecticut to advocate for, you know, a reduction in violence, to talk to some of these people out in the streets, think that getting these guns and belonging to these gangs and settling beefs, they're on their own. Perhaps he can get through some of them because we can't. I'm going to keep using that, by the way. I think that there really is not very much more that Mr. Mukhtaar can do in the facility, and that he would be more valuable out in the community. That's not to negate any of the concerns that the victim has expressed. I hear her, and I understand where she's fearful. I understand the loss that she's endured, and that, you know, the things that her sister has missed out on. I understand that as well. And I really do feel as though in order to prevent others from experiencing something similar, she has that Mr. Mukhtaar will hit the ground running to try to help others as he has in that facility. So I would support discretionary parole. And just for the record, commutation is something that he applies for. This is not something that he's asking for. This is something that he's eligible for. These 23-169s are hearings that he's not asking for. This is something that the law has put in place for people who have committed these crimes under this age. And so he's eligible for this. And because he meets the criteria is why we're having this hearing today. So he is eligible, and I would support his discretionary parole. Ms. Chance.
I absolutely agree with you, Madam Chair. And to know that education is important with Mr. Carr, he had a high school diploma before he went in. He got sideswept, but somehow during his incarceration, it took him a while to get adjusted to the prison life. What I am most impressed with him about is the fact that he chose to teach older adults how to read and write. He taught them how to advocate for treatment themselves. He talked about advocating for other Hispanic offenders. And it was telling me that he's really looking at a broader perspective of what his community is like. He wants to make amends with his mother and his son, that he has forgiven her. So, he has spent the last part of his incarceration really, really working on himself. In terms of his education, he wants to complete and get his associate degree. But when I look at where he wants to go with his BA and become a trauma specialist, it goes back to the work that he started during his incarceration. And that's what I think is so commended for Mr. Mukhtaar, because he is able to take what he's done during this incarceration and apply it and want to make communities better once he's out there. And he's not just talking about African Americans, he's talking about the entire community. And while I hear the distress, I certainly hear and feel for what the victim is saying. I know what it is for a holiday to come around and not being able to celebrate it because, you've lost a family member during that time. But I feel he is ready to go back out and be a positive person. And I hope eventually that the victim's sister and other family members will see that from afar and observe it. And I just wish them much success. And Mr. Mukhtaar, I wish you all the success that you deserve when you go back out.
Thank you.
Today. Thank you, Ms. James. Paul.
I have nothing more to offer. You summed it up quite well, Madam Chair.
Thank you, kind.
And I absolutely support having discretionary parole.
Thank you. So for conditions, he's asking for a halfway house. I have victim in mental health evaluation treatment. Anything else? All right, so with regard to Abdul Mukhtaar, 245778, I move that he be granted discretionary parole on or after today's date, November 4th, and rights, 2024, with the following conditions in addition to the standard parole conditions. You are to have no contact with the deceased victim's family, I have initials TS, is that correct? What?
Yes.
TS, okay. Yeah. All right, you are to participate in a mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, only because we think it's gonna, you talked about it yourself, so, and a halfway house, for residential placement.
So,
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so Mr. Mukhtaar, congratulations, sir. You've been voted to parole. We wish you all the best and just, you know, be proud of yourself. Continue doing the hard work. I know that this seems so far away for you, but you've done the work. Now it's time to go out there and put the, wait, what's that saying? Put your money, yeah, put the money where your mouth is, put the mouth where your money is. I don't know. Anyway, you know what I'm saying.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, board.
Good luck to you. Thank you, attorney, everyone for all your help today.
Thank you.
Thank you a lot, sir.
This concludes the public act 69 hearing for Abdul Mukhtaar, date number 5778, and it's 3 and 8.